Any questions, class?
Hi, this is the 7th Trump song that Dancy Sings Big Singing Channel presents, Country on Fire, made from Girl on Fire. He's just phony and he's on fire, corrupter than a politician, acting like a puppet. This election was stolen and it's on fire, filled with voter fraud, but he knew he would get away with it. Oh, he got support from the swamp and he's counting on it. He got support from fake media, which is censoring free speech. This election was stolen. This election was stolen. He's walking on fire. This country's walking on fire. Looks like legit, but he's illegitimate. So corrupt he can ruin your lives. Better restore election integrity. We'll stand in faith and we'll never give up. Let's unite against censorship. Never let big tech censor us. Oh, patriots gather in real media, and they're defending free speech. Stand up with President Trump, and we're not giving up. This election was stolen. This election was stolen. He's walking on fire. This country's on fire.
Capitalism.
Everybody stares as the election goes by, cause they can see fraud evidence everywhere. Watch million ballots in swing states. Everybody knew there's massive voter fraud, and it's an evil world. But they will let it go, baby, go, baby. This election was stolen. This election was stolen.
Nothing funny
He's
about
walking on fire. This country is on fire. Thank you. See you next song. Stay tuned.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you! Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Chud Watch. We are on a hype train. We're on level 2. We have 99%. So thank you, everyone. Let me get to these bit messages and stuff. Habitual Dodo, thank you for following. Gurkrot, thank you for following. Cherry Tree Boy, thank you for resubscribing with a 5-month streak. Hey Hannah, happy Saturday. 5 months. I think only Jake beats that, the longest I've ever been subbed to someone. Nice. Amateur Hardest, thank you for the 20 bits. Says, every time you play this woman, this is me. And then there's a link. Let me see if I can find it.
I have a question for God. Why?
Beautiful. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. I am so pissed. Stargate SG-1 ends on a cliffhanger. What the F? Never seen Stargate, so. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Also, you look fab. Thank you. Baja did my makeup, so. I'm also going to be working on voice training stuff today, so bear with me on that. A Geek with a Guitar 99, thank you for resubscribing with an 8-month streak. Space Executor, thank you for gifting a sub. Bellstar, thank you for resubscribing with a 9-month streak. Now Hannah can pay for ear surgery I need after this. Kale Ballman, thank you for the 100 bits. Riot Bunny, thank you for resubscribing with a 7-month streak. Riki H, thank you for the 21 bits. Last Born X with 200 bits. Based Hannah Goth Girlfriend. The Ender 92 with 20 bits. Hannah looks fire today. Damn. Thank you. Ashyboo 74 with 20 bits. Hannah, you look gorgeous today. Thank you. Habitual Dodo, thank you for subscribing. Ricky H, thank you for the 24 bits. Claire Nay 1691, thank you for subscribing. B Silver 94, thank you for the 30 bits. Says my ears hurt. General Baby Feet 29, thank you for following. Ew. Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. Those are rookie numbers. Let's bump that up. Dude Spanking Dudes with 20 bits. Doesn't this woman know Trump hates Chinese people? I don't think so. We're at 96% of level 5. We're so close. Cupcake Chaos, thank you for resubscribing with a 9-month streak. So we have a sub baby. What should it be named? Gregory. Name it Gregory.
There's nothing
Batty
funny
Bell,
about the
thank
tools
you
of
for
capitalism.
gifting a whole bunch of subs to the community. Savage Shulk, thank you for the 20 bits. I'm going to make that song my mother's ringtone. Zealous55 with 50 bits. I'll catch the upload of this stream. Wish I could be Laugh at Doyle with you today. You look amazing. Power up. Thank you. Oh, that's the name of the emote. Power up. Paladin's Fury, thank you for the 100 bits. Holy smoky eyes,
There's nothing
Hannah.
funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you. Wonder if they could afford to get Jason Momoa for a cameo. I'm guessing no.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Old enough to know better now. Thank you for gifting a sub. The Mightiest Quinn, thanks for the 25 bits, says, you look amazing. Oh no, MigUR says,
nothing funny about
so
the
about
tools of
Scooby-Doo.
capitalism.
Let's not talk about the Scooby-Doo thing I talked about on the Hannah and Jake channel the other day. Let's just let that lie. Gregory sounds good to you? Good. MMO
There's nothing
Addicted
funny
with
about
100
the tools
bits.
of
I have
capitalism.
spent an inordinate amount of time and money on paints and figurines. I'm going to be lower on support. Oh, that's okay. You know, thank you for watching the show. I'm glad you're able to get things for
There's
yourself.
nothing funny about the tools
Habitual
of capitalism.
Dodo with 100 bits. I finally caught one of these. I've been a fan for years. Love your content, Hannah. Thank you. Quig the Chig with 100 bits. Bits for the train. Kale
nothing funny about the tools of
Ballman,
capitalism.
thank you for the 200 bits. Neural Alchemist, thank you for gifting a sub. We have 2 minutes left and we are at 141% of the hype train. Felix Night Owl with
There's
30
nothing
bits.
funny
Earth,
about the
Air,
tools
Water,
of
or
capitalism.
Firebender? Which are you? Ooh, I would pick Earth. If I can pick, it's Earth, for sure. Just because there's Earth, like, everywhere you go, basically.
There's nothing
Especially
funny
if
about
it's,
the
like,
tools of
Legend of
capitalism.
Korra era, where you can learn to metal bend. Then you're set. You heard from Jake that I'm a liberal? I'm not a liberal, goddammit.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I'm a leftist, okay? Phosphophyllite, thank you for gifting a sub. No, that's just you subscribing. Thank you for subscribing with a 6-month streak. Half a year, Hannah. Yeah. Bloodbending. Only like one person knew how to bloodbend, though. So, I don't know. Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. I have a job interview at the hospital. If I get the job, I get it. I also get the COVID-19 vaccine. Well, I hope you get the job and that vaccine. Steel bending. My name would be Jet Fuel. Oh, God. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Not really. It was a cultural taboo. Just no one did it because it was just wrong. Okay. The lib thing came up because of a Dave Rubin video we did the other day, and I think I didn't explain my position very well, so. But that's for another time. Batty Bell, thank you for gifting a sub. 178% of the level 5 hype stream, or hype train, not hype stream. Have you guys seen my John Doyle's Tears mug? Who has a John Doyle emote? Follow. You ever follow just because of an emote? Obowan, thank you for gifting subscribing with a 9-month streak. Sub baby time. That one's name should be Philip. Philip. Who would win, Earthbending Hannah or the Boulder? I'm gonna say the Boulder. Zombie Tomcat, thank you for subscribing with a 7-month streak. F yeah, 7 months. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Wait, what was the airbender subclass? Like metal bending, light bending, blood bending? I don't think there was one for airbenders, was there? If there was, it should have been like you can like suck the oxygen out of people's lungs. That would be good. Ricky H, I'm craving some serious cope today. Oh, we have some cope for y'all. It's gonna be good. The Profane Priestess in regard to the lib thing from that Dave Rubin video. What I understand you were saying is that you're anti-work in the long term, but not convinced we're quite there yet. It was more, I was trying to more say something along the lines of, to each his needs and from each his ability, basically. Like, if you're capable of working and work needs to be done, it's a good moral responsibility to take part in it. But yes, if we were in a utopian Star Trek future where everything was automated, I don't think your well-being should be tied to your labor value. But we're not there. Work does need to be done by individuals, so. Sushi Mom, thank you for subscribing with a 9-month streak. I know you don't like kids, Hannah, but you need to name our stream baby. Elizabeth. MMO Addicted with 20 bits. That's exactly what it was. The Red Lotus guy, Zahir, was the only one who could do that and float. Kale Balamond with 20 bits. Okay, but that song is stuck in my head now. The selection was stolen! Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. Who won the election? I have Alzheimer's. Let's take a look, shall we? Uh-oh. Looks like Joe Biden won the election. Whoops. Okay. Oh no, hiccups.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Andrew Batella with 20 bits. Wait, I thought Hillary had won the election. No, she did not. Bymancer, thank you for subscribing with a 8-month streak. Bymancer says first time being able to attend a stream in a while. Well, welcome back. Glad you could make it. We should replace who won the election to who is the current president of the U.S. I did that the other day. I was like, wait a minute, who's the president? And I googled president of the United States. Jeb 1, that's Q's real plan, is to install Jeb Bush. Okay?
There's nothing funny about the tools of
I have, like,
capitalism.
water in my eye, but I can't touch it, otherwise it's gonna smear my makeup. I hate it. Oh. Okay, let's... Alright, we're gonna start off, of course, with our favorite segment on this show, and that is Coping MAGA. So we're gonna take a look at the Twitter account to look at all the good cope after Biden has become the president, and also we might take a look at, well, it used to be the Donald.win, but they've changed their name to Patriots.win, because it's kind of embarrassing, as it turns out, to have your website named after a failed one-term president. Funny how that works. Last firstborn with 100 bits. Wait, correction. Based valid goth Hannah girlfriend. Thank you. So let's see what's on Coping MAGA. This is from, again, Patriots.win, formerly the Donald.win. It says, I effing hate K-pop. This K-pop BS on Twitter where any conservative trends that actually start seeing traction end up getting hijacked by K-pop stans. The F can't possibly be organic. It seems like the Twitter equivalent of forum sliding. It's a psyop. Soft kid porn, trans-looking children, dancing and slutting, and yes, they pop up to disrupt. Many of them are obvious pedos or child prostitutes and use code words, usually foods. Wait for it. It's all fun and games for Dems until the K-pop shit on some woke tag. Oh, God. People just like K-pop. People just like K-pop. I don't, but people do, and that's fine. And I guess K-pop people just don't want to deal with right-wing bullshit, which is fun. The P.O. box, if you oh, someone already did the P.O. box command. Thank you.
The stories that we need to hear about. These are the stories that we need.
This is Candace Owens saying something.
These are the stories that we need to hear about. These are the stories that we need to tell. We can't rely on the mainstream media to tell them because they want to bury them. Why? Because they want to import criminals. Why? Because they want a new class of victim voters. Because black
Yikes.
Americans, our population growth has stagnated thanks to that progressive policy of abortion, right? Progressive policies, regressive results, exactly. So now they're looking at a new class of victims that they can import from the southern border and turn into voting mules for them, and that's what it's about.
Fucking yikes.
They don't care about illegals. They don't care about black Americans. They don't care about white Americans. They don't care about America at all. What they are after is power, and we cannot let them have it.
Candace Owens is just the fucking worst. Here's what Candace Owens had to say about Adolf Hitler, who, I don't know if you're students of history, but Adolf Hitler is a bad guy. If Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine, says Candace Owens. Oh. This board says Joe Biden has a strange obsession with children. Joe Biden will drive the economy into a crippling depression. There are only two genders, and then it's Biden as, I forget, as an acrostic that says, biggest idiot Democrat ever nominated. I've seen worse acrostics, but, you know. This person says, if you want a $15 minimum wage, don't complain when your Taco Bell order costs $38 for a burrito. Coping Mahaga replies, Denmark has a starting pay of $22 at McDonald's, and their Big Mac is only 30 cents more.
Samsung.
And it's ringing right now.
It is. Hello? Hey, Cannon, where are you? Oh, you didn't have a game today? I got a list. You got a doubleheader this coming Saturday. How did you do?
Larry.
The balls to go on Dave Rubin's show, which you shouldn't do in the first place, but he knows him, so I understand. He died today, by the way, or last night or something. Not Dave Rubin, Larry King. But to answer a phone call and, like, have a discussion while filming a show is beautiful.
Oh, that's great.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
That's
capitalism.
a 333 batting average, Cannon. Well, I'm doing David Rubin's podcast now. I'm on his show, and while talking to you, the audience is watching me talk to you. Oh, wow. Cannon, you're a starter, so you could do 10 minutes when you open the refrigerator. He wants to do his own podcast.
I'll bring him in.
He's going to
We'll
be
make it
20
happen.
years old. I'll bring him here. He's a great kid. All right, Ken, when am I going to see you? Tonight I'm tied up. Tomorrow I got to do the how about Thursday? No, what? Today? That's great. The Dodgers got Mookie Betts and David Price.
So to speak, to move ahead and open the country, because I don't know how much longer we can do this.
David,
There's
that
nothing funny
sounds
about the tools
ridiculous.
of capitalism.
Come on. You've got a
Well, we
worldwide
have to figure out what
pandemic.
that level
No
is.
one caused this. Well, yeah. But at whose risk? Yours or mine? You. It's okay if you die, right?
But
Joe needs to be charged for the 4,400 American deaths today due to COVID. It's imperative. And just like that, Republicans give a shit about COVID deaths. It's amazing. New hobby. Every time I get the opportunity, I will write Trump won on a magazine at the doctor's office, the checkout at the grocery store, on a tree in my neighborhood, on a dirty car. That's pathetic. But go ahead, I guess. You shouldn't write on magazines you don't own, though. That's not usually good. Oh god, why is Kroger trending? Someone tell me why Kroger is trending. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced Friday that the impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump will begin February 8th. This guy says, they already ruined a whole 4 years of Trump's life for no reason, so I guess they have to kick him while he's down, too. Dems are nothing but evil monsters. At least this is what they have shown since Trump became president. The consequences of my actions? Oh no!
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
I am terrified for my country. Biden has been in office for under 48 hours. He has already canceled a pipeline with Canada, have over 50,000 people lose their jobs, Masks are now mandatory on all federal government property. Wait, that's supposed to be a bad thing? That's good. Wear a fucking mask. God damn it. Lifted the Muslim ban. That's also good. Even Trump said the Muslim ban, it's for 90 days. Don't worry about it. And it's been like 4 years. What the fuck? Has stopped the build on the US-Mexican border. Again, good. Waste of money, and they only built 14 miles. Huge waste. Anyone can go into any bathroom. Men who think they are women and vice versa. I think I missed that, EO. I don't think the president has the right to do that on anywhere other than federal property. So that's not going to affect a private business. Which it doesn't matter anyway. It shouldn't matter where people want to piss. It's fine. Is going to revoke the transgender ban on the military, which is good. That's great. And if you think any of this is okay, please block me. Okay, consider yourself blocked. Share this so more people can respond. If it's sunny today, look at the sun. Remember when it used to be yellow? Do you see that anymore? I've watched it over the year. It's white all the time when it shows itself. Curious what you think. Is that Hans Wormhat's wife? Happy Friday. Go time? President Trump is no longer in the USA. He's on a C-17 military craft. If you're no longer POTUS, you no longer have access to military planes. Yet Creeper, who is supposedly the president, was denied a government plane for his inauguration. Never happened before. Pentagon just ordered yesterday for 26,000 more troops to DC. Order can be effective till September. But for now, it's 30 days. 30 days? Remember General Flynn's tweet? Biden did take a private plane to the inauguration, but I think that's because usually the current administration will send a government plane as like a nicety, like, oh, you're about to be the president, of course we're gonna send you a plane. But I don't think Trump did, because he's a dick. Kroger started to host a fundraiser by the Oath Keepers before a backlash? Oh, God. Fucking Kroger. Oh. This person says, now I know how the Native Americans felt. Hashtag America's stolen. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up.
There were so many people there. DC was fun. Y'all, it's happening. There were so many people there. We were jammed so tight inside these barriers. It was like a jar of jelly beans had been smashed. We couldn't move. There were so many patriots.
I'm just gonna turn the music off. It's kind of annoying me today.
And there were 4 or 5 charter buses full of Antifa. They decided they were going to charge the Capitol, and the cops let them in.
At this point, this is like the weirdest lie to tell too, because they've caught and charged many of the people from the Capitol riot, and we know who they are, and they're like known right-wingers. This is such a strange lie to perpetuate at this point, because it's so easily debunked.
2 whole windows were broken. Nothing was burned down. Nothing was spray painted. I guess somebody was hurt, or a couple people were hurt.
5 people died. But don't worry, we didn't spray paint anything, guys. We just tried to overthrow the government. That's better, right?
But what do you expect? I mean, it was what, 1-2 million people there? And that's all of the injuries? I'd say we were doing pretty good. I really need to take some time and, I don't know, gather my thoughts on everything. But with Trump's account being closed on Twitter, and now Parler was down. I don't even know where to start yet. So I'm going to take some time and try to gather my thoughts, and then maybe come take another stab at this. But it's been one hell of a week, and I had a shitty trip. It was terrible. But standing there for 7 to 10 hours with all of those people who felt the same way I did, I am so glad that I went. Like, that was the best decision I've made for myself in a really long time.
Wow. She must make terrible decisions every single day.
So, anyway, I'm going to post some stuff that I filmed there because TikTok took away my lives. Fuck TikTok. Anyway, I'll post some shit right now. Okay, love you guys. Bye.
To the Dims, I'm gonna be nice. Psych! You run your mouth one more time, I swear to God. You keep threatening us, I swear to God. This is America. Freedom of speech. You don't know shit, okay? What are you gonna do? Live here without a green card? No, it don't motherfucking work like that. That's why Trump didn't want that, so you can bring your
President Trump, if you see this, please save us. I don't even see our American flag anymore. Biden is talking with some kind of crazy flag. This is America. This is our land. Please, President Trump. Please, please, I hope you have a plan. God, please save us. Save us from the devil, please.
There's no plan. Trump lost, and he's an idiot.
Please. Y'all, I'm about to have a panic attack.
See, this one's, like, depressing because this woman has, like, been radicalized and brainwashed, and that word gets thrown around. I know. But she's, like, been convinced by presumably right-wing media and places like Parler to believe that, like, Joe Biden getting inaugurated means she's gonna, like, be put in a camp or something. It's crazy. And even though it's, like, in a third-party way, it's funny because we know none of that's going to happen. It's ridiculous. But, like, to her, it feels real because she's been inundated with just propaganda for the last 4 years. Scary stuff.
This is our country. Our country. This is awful. God, please save us, please.
Yikes. Here's a post from the Donald. Be extra careful with your children, more so than before from now on. Tons of illegals will be flooding in from South American caravans this month. They will also remove the ability to buy guns at some point with full control of the Senate, House, and the presidency. Again, the implication that people from other countries are, like, gonna do something to you or your children. It's ridiculous. Oh, KF Logan is in the chat. Hello. I'm going to be doing a, yeah, we actually just, oh yeah, I watched this while my makeup was being applied earlier. Yeah, this is good. By the way, everyone, me and KF Logan are going to be doing a stream tomorrow, I believe at, did we say 3 or did we say 2? I'll let you guys know, or maybe KF Logan can say in the chat. Either way, we're going to be doing a stream together tomorrow. So look out for that. 3 p.m.? So at 3 p.m. we're going to be doing a sort of Chud Watch-esque stream. Eastern, I should say, yes.
American patriots are not.
Oh, this one's great.
Gonna stand for this shit. And if you think we're not coming for you, guess what? You've already declared war amongst your people. We're coming. And 83 million people are not gonna stand for this shit. So good luck, because I can assure you we'll be the last ones standing when it's all over with. For those of you who've been on my most recent videos, trying to spew hate and tell me that you're reporting me to the FBI. Excuse me if I don't fucking care.
I wasn't gonna make a video, but I fear for the safety of myself and my family, considering the fact that Secret Service has come in and interrogated my entire family the last 2 days, and they are looking for my whereabouts. I have no reason not to comply with you, however, I'm not meeting you anywhere. I'm not guilty of anything. And for those of you who have reached out to my local and state police to start this nonsense to begin with, I know exactly who you are, and trust me, I will be giving names out.
True American patriots are not gonna...
It's always a good idea to try and avoid the Secret Service when they're looking for you. It's not actually. If the Secret Service is looking for you, please hand yourself over to them. Biden removes Trump's Diet Coke button from the White House desk. Trump had a little button that you can push and he would get Diet Cokes. And he would drink 12 cans of Diet Coke a day. His blood was 40% aspartame.
Donald J. Trump.
This one's amazing.
Believe it by supernatural God that Donald J. Trump is the next president of the United States, that he won rightfully so, landslide, and wait and see the goodness of God will come upon him.
Okay, I think it just happened.
That's okay.
But he just got sworn in. You hear it. You hear he just got sworn in.
He will not take the power.
But now he is president now. He just got sworn in.
Wait and see. Wait and see.
No, but it literally just happened. We heard the crowd cheer.
That doesn't mean he is the president. That cannot happen.
Joe Biden is president right now. You can admit that.
No, they stole it. They're proclaiming it, but he's not the president. He's not God's president.
But he's the president of the United States.
No. Believe it.
I wonder how she's doing today. Has she admitted it or what? Socialism sucks. Chad and Brendan on their family's Colorado ski vacation decide to tell all the poors why socialism sucks. Just get your parents to pay for your college and health care like we do, obviously. Joe Biden claims, without evidence, that he is the President of the United States.
With Russia to advance U.S. interests, so too we work to hold Russia.
Please. But he's not the president. They stole it. They're proclaiming it.
Hello, this is Super Trump 2020. I'm very, very sad right now. My president has gone. And now we're forced with a dictator. This is so crazy. I want to say Joe Biden will never be my president. I'll never call him President Biden. Joe Biden, you're a crook. You're a thief. You're a liar. You friggin' deserve to be arrested right now. This is crazy. Nothing's happening.
And this inauguration looks like what you would expect from a one-party state. This inauguration looks like the Chinese Olympics.
Good Lord.
You may have noticed that all the other news channels have basically connected their cameras directly to what we call the pool feed, and they're just carrying completely unaltered footage right from the Joe Biden celebration. We don't mean any disrespect to the presidency or even to the person who occupies it as if trying when we say there's a lot going on, and so we're going to bring you news for this hour instead. We will, I think, dip in briefly as Joe Biden speaks for the first time in prime time. But in the meantime, we want to tell you what's going on because it matters. So Democrats in the media are welcoming what is in effect a military occupation of your capital city. 26,000 federal troops there, more than were there.
It's almost like on the 6th, a bunch of right-wing psychos tried to overthrow the government. But that couldn't have happened, right? That's crazy.
There in 1864 during the Civil War. But just last year, our political class had a very different view of the National Guard and indeed of the whole topic of law and order.
Tucker Carlson is just the fucking worst. Dems in the media who told us saving the filibuster was essential to saving democracy in 2017 now tell us the opposite. It's not about norms for them, it's about power. Same person says it's time to retire the filibuster. Let's take a look. Oh, this one's bad too. This is from the Donald. It's gonna be a hard no on unity thing from me, dog. And then it's a scene from Roots, where they are claiming that they are literally the same as enslaved people from Africa. Yikes. The Donald. Now, Patriots.win. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so it's a gulag. It's actually the gulag from, Muppets Most Wanted. I recognize it. So what are you in for? For not wearing a mask and posting liberty-minded memes. What the fuck is a liberty-minded meme? Patriots will be opening their doors and letting them in to search their homes, take their guns, kill their dog, blank their wife, and there will be no recompense, no justice, nothing. Crickets. Until you go online. Then it'll be all, how evil, they can't do this. And one by one, we die. Yikes. They really think that they're about to get sent to camps. No, just shut the fuck up and wear a mask. Goddamn. I am sick of the constant negative energy going around. Once we have a solid leadership back in place, we'll all form up again. Remember, we represent the largest share of the population. Actually, we counted on November 6th. No, you're the minority. Sorry. They had to cheat to win. The American people do not support the globalists. You will also be damned to find anyone coming for your guns. Find someone actually willing to go into millions of gun owners' homes. Somebody prove me wrong. Even after the massive shootings that took place, they still couldn't get us to give up our guns. The Aussies cucked out on the first shooting. These dang Australians caring about the deaths of innocent people. What cucks. Yikes. Threats of violence. We will just hold the line, and then when people sneak up and say that maybe we should do something, we'll get told that we must be FBI. I'm confident that if it does get this bad, you'll still have those types of people here. Sometimes, I think this site was designed to keep us from actually rising up to take America back. People too afraid to lose their website to the censoring leftist pedos. They'd rather lose America, it seems. Yikes. Ugh. Yikerinos. Let's see what the Great Awakening is. Hold on. Let me find it. So the Great Awakening is the QAnon subreddit. Let's take a look. Let's see. So the National Guard to remain in D.C. through January 30th, because we do anticipate there will be another national security event occurring in the joint session of Congress. So they're leaving the National Guard because they're concerned about security threats. Let's see what the QAnon people think. National Special Security Event. What a weird phrase. Special. That doesn't normally go here. This is, again, like a QAnon type thing where they'll look at, like, very specific words and they will pick them out and they'll try and, like, make a puzzle out of it. It's very strange. Arrest these mofos now. I don't understand the point of waiting. There is undeniable proof Biden stole this election. Why are we playing games? Again, they always say there's rock solid evidence, but I've not seen any evidence. Give me some evidence. It's time to wake up the normies. Precipice of destruction. Scare event necessary. The ending won't be for everyone. Ooh, is this person calling for violence? We can't just hit them with the satanic pedophile evidence. It would cause a panic and possibly grisly mass suicides. We could just arrest them, but Q is the good kind of psyop. Imagine this. Military arrests all these people right now. What happens? Media calls it Trump coup to round up his political enemies. A bunch of idiots buy it. I mean, that's what it would be. Jesus. People called Trump an illegitimate president because it was a coup. Because it would be a coup. The next generation of politicians are AOC, crazy zealots that continue to vote for destructive policies and shutting down opposition. They may not succeed in the short term, but they can easily just take over again in 100+ years with brand new commie cabal. I like that even in their, like, downtrodden, bad situation, they think Trump will reign for 100 years. Not necessarily literally him, but, like, Trump-type people. Alternatively, civil war. We don't want that. You know how all those Eastern European countries are now based and aware of how socialism is evil? The plan is to make the populace come to that same understanding in a controlled, expedited manner, without the need for millions of people to die in Stalinist purges. The media will soon be banging on about a miraculous recovery in the economy. We know better, but sheep don't. We have to show them as Biden's policies start to collapse the economy and do everything opposite to what he promised. But not to that point. That's irreparable. Precipice, not over the cliff. Oh, God. These people are off the fucking deep end. Let's see what else. Q. Honestly, I kind of want that hat. That's fucking hilarious. Okay. Joe Exotic, after not getting the pardon from Trump that he wanted, says, I was too innocent and too gay to deserve a pardon from Trump. One of those things is probably true. I only mattered to Don Jr. when he needed to make a comment about me to boost his social media post. Boy, were we all stupid to believe he actually stood for equal justice. His corrupt friends all come first. Joe, you tried to murder a woman. You tried to pay someone to kill your rival. Hello? No way he won legitimate. No way. Look at the thumbs down ratio. It's a good thing we decide elections by YouTube thumbs ups and downs. I just heard C-SPAN say, President Biden. Hadn't heard that said yet. I don't care who sees this out there. Trump is my president. Trump won. Biden is illegitimate. Biden has fomented violence against me and others like me. Trump embraced all Americans, even those who voted against him. Hoo boy. Okay, maybe. I think that's. Wait, here's the one.
That moment when all the Trump supporters that had faith, or at least said they had faith, are drowning in their tears.
Thank you, P-Meal, for the bits.
Those who still have actual faith are relaxed, calm, chilling, because they know that there's nothing that can stop what's coming. Let me tell you, people, Biden is never going to be the president of our country.
How'd that work out?
Just because he just swore in does not make him officially. There are documents that have to be signed.
I didn't realize that this was actually already he took the oath. And he's still like, he's not going to be the president. He is. He's the president.
First, all this means right now is that there is no acting president, because the transfer of power is in the midst and taking place right now. Right now, the military is in control. Just sit back and watch and be patient.
Jesus Christ.
Clapper.
I think that's all the videos. Okay, I think that's probably enough MAGA cope for the day. We can move on to the... I mean, I guess a lot of it's still MAGA cope, but you know what I mean. Oh wait, here's a little bit.
Be given names out.
Yesterday, Joe Biden was inaugurated. I don't know if anyone watched it. I didn't, but I'm told it happened, and so I believe it because I'm trying to adjust my behavior to prepare myself for the next few years by just believing everything that the screen people tell me. So screen people say Joe Biden's president? Hell yeah. I salute President Dementia.
Keep going. And I'm going to tell you something else. You're a Nazi and you're brainwashed by MK Ultra.
This election was a fraud. If you're a Republican or if you're a Trump supporter, you need to not put up with this shit.
God, Look at this majestic patriot. A cane in one hand, a sick vape in the other, speaking into a headset mic. How badass can you get?
Donald Trump is our president. And if you're one of the leftist idiots that did this shit, goddamn you bastards. Who the hell do you goddamn think you are? Fuck you.
President Trump.
Okay, that's the MAGA cope for the day. We'll do some bit messages and then we'll move on to John Doyle's video. Old enough to know better now with 50 bits says, you sound great today, looking snazzy too, thank you. Caleb Almond, thank you for the 20 bits. Seems like he's way into K-pop. Bitter old ass broad with 50 bits. I'm a leftist. I've worked off and on since high school. When I wasn't working, I was taking care of my 5 kids. And if people can't work for whatever reason, they just can't work. That's what taxes should pay for. Okay, I'm done being a socialist commie now. Trans Queen of Salt with 20 bits says, loving the makeup. Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude Spanking Dudes with 20 bits. Can we get a round of applause for our comrades K-pop stans? They always hijacking right-wing garbage tweets, spamming the hashtags with K-pop. I don't like K-pop, but props to them. A Colston with 20 bits. As a black male, Candace really upsets me because she's having a biracial child, and I've met black mothers and fathers who've had views similar to Candace before. That child is going to have some serious identity issues. Hylian Derp, thank you for resubscribing with a 9 months. It's a sub baby. It's great to see you get more comfortable with yourself over the last year. Thank you. The sub baby's name is Ronald. Felix Night Owl with 20 bits. Progressives show their hate for Americans by fighting for healthcare, renewable energy jobs, stopping wars, higher education, demilitarizing police, equal rights. Sure, Candace. The Otaku X, thank you for resubscribing. Mana get to configure.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Thank you for the 3 months. Be careful, the long-term effects of secondhand copium are unknown. Talk to your doctor if you experience feelings of race superiority or toxic victim complex. The Creeping Darkness with 20 bits. Apparently Kroger started to host a fundraiser by the Oath Keepers before Backlash. Yikes. Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. All of this nonsense with the MAGA people would not have happened if this happened a few years ago. Dude Spanking Dudes with 20 bits. So yesterday I went to Barnes & Noble's since my mom told me my COVID is over, so I went. I was going to go to GameStop, but my dad said I probably still had COVID, and my mom lied to me, so I just stayed home today in case my dad's right. Good move. Definitely a good move. Stay home for a while. Daddy Sume says, oh god, this lady, I retweeted this. Her eyes are terrifying. They're so glassy. She looks insane. Devin Tracy, thank you for following. Wing the Ultimate Nug with 20 bits. Is this real? It's all real. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. My stepfather has also been radicalized over the last 3 years. It's really depressing. Yeah, it sucks. KF Logan with the link that he sent to the MAGA Cope stuff. Thank you for that. P Meal with 1,000 bits. I got bits for the first time to say you look fabulous today. Thank you. The Under 92 with 20 bits. Apparently that has been there since Bush Sr. It was a drink button, but Trump just used it for Coke instead of tea and water like other presidents. Space Buddha, thank you for following. Evis Koss, thank you for the 50 bits. Tabess, thank you for following. Doodoo Head Libcuck, thank you for following. P Meal, thank you for subscribing. Andrew Batella, thank you for the 20 bits. Rock Solid Evidence beats Scissors Solid Evidence, but loses to Paper Solid Evidence. Mr. Drobot, thank you for following. Theater Ben, thank you for subscribing. P-Meal with another 1,000 bits. More bits, I'll watch this stream in the future.
P-Meal didn't just sub. They tier 2 subbed for 6 months in advance.
Wow! Holy crap. That's crazy. I think,
Probably say that.
I think P-Meal left, but P-Meal subbed at tier 2 for 6 months. That's amazing. Thank you. I think they left already, but... Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. Look, just because Biden's sworn in, has the nukes and signed executive orders doesn't mean he's the president, Hannah. Come on, of course. Twitter decides who the president is. Lord Necro JZ with 95 bits. I signed you and Jake up to John Doyle's website under fake names. If you would like the sign-in info, please feel free to hit me up on Discord. Ooh, yes, please. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Hannah, can we validate cuckoldry as a kink? Too many people shame it. That's fine. Anyone can have any kink they want as long as they're only including consenting adults. That's fine. Amateur Hardest, 20 bits. Did you say commie or cummy? Both are good, but for different reasons. Commie. I said commie. Puka the Duka, thank you for resubscribing. At tier 1 for 2 months. Says, love what you do. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okie dokie. Yeah. That's the precursor for, the stuff today. Now we can get into the actual videos. It's so weird having actual eye makeup on, so when I, like, emote, it's very dramatic. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Oh, I wanted to watch this. I wanted to watch this prior to starting the stream, but I didn't, so I'm gonna watch it right now. Daddy Sume says, all hail the dramatic Queen Hannah.
Any questions, class?
This is entitled Every Episode of Breaking Bad.
Any questions? No? Okay.
Alright, Walter, wait. You got maybe, like, a couple months to live?
Okay. Ah, drug busts. Thank you for coming, Walt. Look at him go! Wow, this whole meth thing sure does pay a lot, huh? Yep. Hey, wanna cook crystal meth?
Shut up, nerd.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, yo, Mr. White.
What's up?
Bitch, I set the meth on fire.
Oh, man.
And I ratted us out to the DEA.
Oh, man.
And the cartel's chasing us.
You know what, Jesse? You're like a son to me.
Cool. Bitch.
Yeah.
I got 2 of my peoples that can sell for us. Skinny Pete and Badger.
Okay. Hey, it's me, Tuco. Give me more of this blue stuff. Okay. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business.
Badger got arrested.
We'd better call Saul. Yo. 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 I'm running into legal issues and I need help. Give me their names and consider them dead. Wait, what? What?
Hey, this is my girlfriend.
Haha, cool. Here's a bag of money. Don't do drugs.
Alright, bet. Aw, baby. You're so cute when you sleep. Missed a spot. Silly. You!
Jesse, we need more money.
Why, dude? I'm mentally ill, bitch. I'm dying. My girlfriend's dead. Everything is gone. I've lost everything. I don't have nothing anymore. I'm mentally ill. I'm literally not going to last much longer.
No, you're good. All right, so here's the plan. We're gonna go to this place called Los Pollos.
Okay. It's me, Gus.
Hi, Gus.
Cook meth for me. Nothing will go wrong.
Okay.
Bitch, this sucks.
Pizza time. No. But you're still cool laundering my money, right? Cool. Jesse, we gotta cook more.
But we don't have any more methylamine.
Name's Todd. Heard you guys need methylamine.
What do you methylamine, bitch?
There's a train up there. Let's rob it.
Oh, hey, you guys robbing a train or something?
Don't shoot kids, bitch.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's time for John Doyle. Are we excited? I'm excited. John Doyle has the MAGA hat back on. Before we actually get to this video, which is 5 biggest red flags to watch out for right now, I actually wanted to show this video. Someone sent this to me on Twitter as well, and it may have been the same person who sent it to me here in chat, and I appreciate that. This is John Doyle's thoughts on the storming of the Capitol building. The mask comes off a bit. Let's take a look.
Reminder, of course, I've never been one of these Blue Lives Matter folks, but just a reminder that the reason that we like police and the reason that we like law and order is because law and order are the cornerstones of prosperity in a just society. However, if the laws are unjust and if the society is unjust and the police serve as the muscle, as the enforcement, so to speak, of that system that is fundamentally against people like us and that hates people like us, that's all I'll say. That's all I will say. My they're simply too hot on this particular, and they are riots. I'm not going to say they're not riots, but, you know, everything burns.
Everything burns. Good God, John. Good God. Remember when he was, like, in such a tizzy about Black Lives Matter and how pissed he was about it, and now all of a sudden, everything burns? Very consistent. This earphone is hurting my ear. Ouch. So let's see what he has to say now that Biden has been inaugurated.
Yesterday, Joe Biden was inaugurated. I don't know if anyone watched it. I didn't, but I'm told it happened, and so I believe it because I'm trying to adjust my behavior to prepare myself for the next few years by just believing everything that the screen people tell me. So screen people say Joe Biden's president. Hell yeah. I salute President Dementia.
Biden, hold on. I'll double check for you, John.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Yeah, Joe Biden is the current president. Glad I could check that for you.
And I'm going to put out a video with my final thoughts about the Trump presidency.
Imagine if, for a second, like, days after Trump had been inaugurated, if I got on camera wearing, like, a Hillary Clinton shirt, you would rightfully be like, oh, that's cringe. That's so cringe. Why are you doing that? Just saying.
But for now, I'll just say that there's almost something kind of nice about this. You know how, like, when a piece of pizza matches in size all the other pieces of pizza, or when, like, a refrigerator fits perfectly in the spot in the wall? Because, like, yeah, we had Trump in the White House, but it's not like literally every other component of the country wasn't a total joke because we're simply just not a serious country anymore. And so it's almost better.
We're not a serious country because the person I voted for lost, which means this country doesn't count. Hold on, I gotta fix these earphones because it is killing me. It is absolutely killing me for some reason. That's better. Maybe I had him in the wrong ears.
That we have someone like Joe Biden representing us now. Someone as incompetent as Joe Biden representing the country. The circus is finally complete. That's the chef's kiss on the accelerating decline of the American nation. But anyways, we gotta go speedy quick because I got a plane to catch. So we're going to go through the 5 biggest red flags that you should be watching out for and paying attention to right now. A lot of it is stuff that was predicted by us as far as what was going to happen a few months ago. Now it's actually happening. Nonetheless, very important stuff. Very epic. Do stay tuned. Get to Arizona and actually... Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. We're going speedy quick. I've got to get to Arizona. And actually, if you're watching this right now, it means that I'm already in Arizona giving the speech. Very exciting stuff. But before we get into that...
Can you imagine actually going somewhere to listen to John Doyle speak? Ugh.
We do have to point out that we are living in uncertain times, and millions have come to realize the importance of the Second Amendment. If you're looking for the perfect accessory to go with that perfect firearm, get an American-made holster from my friends over at We the People Holsters, starting at just $40. We the People Holsters are custom modeled to fit your exact firearm. They have thousands.
Let's take a look at their website. I'll help out your sponsorship deal, John. Let's take a look, okay? Do you not even have a link? Do you not have a link to your sponsor? That seems like not a great deal. We the People Holsters. I know they had some... I thought they had some Trump ones. Did they get rid of the Trump ones? Maybe they didn't have Trump ones and I'm imagining it. They have some, like, Spartan soldier ones. Oh, the LARPing. The LARPing is beautiful.
Options, including an amazing selection of printed holsters. Their proprietary clip design allows for you to easily adjust both the cant and ride of your holster so that it's comfortable and secure at all times. You go to wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle. While you're there, check out their premium printed hoodies, long sleeve shirts, and their new EDC tactical gun belt, which comes paired with the patented Cobra buckle. Every holster
He's on a coupon.
and gun belt come with a lifetime guarantee. If it's not a perfect fit, send it back for a full refund. WeThePeopleHolsters.com/Doyle. Get an additional $10 off with the offer code Doyle. WeThePeopleHolsters.com/Doyle. WeThePeopleHolsters.com/Doyle. Very epic. Getting into our list of 5 red flags, we have the first one, which is the manufactured victory. The appearance of victory being totally manufactured. Just like in a banana republic, you've got thousands of soldiers protecting the establishment.
John, the soldiers are there because the Capitol was stormed by a bunch of MAGA idiots like you. Some of your friends were there. Nick Fuentes, who's being, I think, looked into by the FBI. Baked Alaska. This is people like you's fault. And you know that. I think you're probably just disappointed that your little coup attempt didn't work, like, at all. So, good job. You got like 3 MAGA people killed. So good job there, you absolute idiot. You did nothing. You did nothing. You're a pathetic, pathetic man-child who's LARPing over milquetoast Joe Biden because you wanted to install a reality show star as a dictator. Pathetic.
And politicians from the threats of those over whom they wish to govern. That inauguration was very weird. It's weird that the most popular president in the history of our country...
Oops, didn't mean to do that.
Yesterday, Joe Biden got in the wall and representing the country. The circus is finally complete. That's the chef's kiss on the accelerating decline of the American nation. But anyway, it means that I'm already in Arizona. Millions have come to realize the design allows for you to easily adjust both. Get an additional $10 off with the offer manufactured. Just like didn't have a massive crowd. And I think we all was very weird. It's weird that the most popular president in the history of our country didn't have a massive crowd.
John, they didn't let anyone come to the inauguration because we're in the middle of a pandemic. I don't know if you know this, but there's this thing called COVID, and you catch it, and you might die. It's not great. What's up?
Slow down.
I'm talking at the speed I need to talk.
No.
And I think we all know why. They'll say, well, it's because of security threats or it's because of the...
Yeah, my throat hurts. My throat hurts.
I'm just letting you know. Because
virus, which of course...
when you were covering John.
It didn't matter when autonomous zones were being set up or when cities were being burned. Thousands were rallying without masks in close proximity. But that's what they'll say now, even despite the fact that who the media are calling the Capitol terrorists are basically just a bunch of mischievous baby boomers. But I digress. The point...
Baby boomers? They are not baby boomers, John, you absolute idiot. Let's take a look, shall we?
They're shocking.
Haha, mischievous baby boomers.
New videos now emerged of the chaos and the violence.
They tried to murder Congress people. The FBI has released, like, information that they were being fed information from the inside and telling them where to find Congress people in the tunnels below Congress and telling them to turn on the gas. That's a quote.
The mob turning on police and spraying them with mace. This officer was trapped, pinned by a metal door and screaming for help. This ended his account.
So mischievous.
People now are going into this. Were not hard to find. Many of the most notorious alleged.
Absolute dipshits.
On the surface, Joe Biden's presidency and most.
Get the fuck out of here!
As the crowd pushed up.
It's our country, we want it back! Fuck these Democrats! Where's
Soon after, the mob was rampaging through the halls of the Capitol. From what we saw on Wednesday, the MAGA anger is at a new level. And with Trump now banned from...
What mischievous baby boomers that tried to overthrow the U.S. government. John Doyle is a white nationalist who's mad that their coup attempt failed, and I hope he's mad about it for the rest of his life. What a sick little fuck. I hate this guy with every fiber of my being.
Point being that if it were Trump, people would have showed up by the hundreds of thousands, even if the city were locked down. If the city were locked down, then Trump's people would have just gathered in the outskirts, outside of the perimeter. The real reason that this was done is because of optics, and apparently people call me the Prince of Optics, and so I can speak to this a bit. Basically, there's two things being achieved here. One is the avoidance of something negative for them, and the other is the creation of something positive for them. The negative optics would be if it were an open, normal inauguration and nobody showed up, because as we all know, nobody cares enough to show up for Joe Biden.
You know what, John? I wouldn't show up to Joe Biden's inauguration even if it wasn't for COVID, because I'm not a big fan of him. But you know what I'm a big fan of? Not having fascist, white supremacist sympathizers in the White House, which is why you losers lost. Stop being shitbags, and maybe you'll win. Grow up!
It's not because of the virus, because that didn't stop people from showing up to burn cities down in the summer.
Interesting that you didn't go to the more recent event, again, which you referenced, a bunch of right-wingers coming to try and overthrow the government.
It's because nobody cares about Joe Biden, and it would be bad optics for them to have the most popular president in American history have an under-attended inauguration.
Again, I've heard multiple right-wingers use the phrase, most popular president in American history. I've not heard a single left-wing source or even center source make that claim. No one is claiming Joe Biden is the most popular president of all time. He got the most votes because people hate Donald Trump. It was a not Trump vote. That's how I voted. I went into the box and I went, okay, this one's the one that's not Trump. And I put that shit in the machine.
The good optics for them was bringing in literally tens of thousands of soldiers to occupy the grounds surrounding the inauguration, which, just like in every socialist regime throughout history, is basically done as a display of force to those who might be inclined to think that the regime doesn't necessarily represent the best interests of the citizens.
You tried to overthrow the government that month.
It's basically to say, yeah, you'll do nothing. And they're right. So that brings us to our next red flag, which is the sudden patriotism. All of the sudden, everybody feels proud to be an American again. All of a sudden, everyone wants to just...
Okay, here's what you need to understand, John, is that what you consider to be America, which is like white Protestant hegemony, that's shitty. And we don't like that sort of jingoism that you define as patriotism. However, people on the left, at least people center-left, even up to me to an extent, will be okay with patriotism in the sense of, like, we're proud of the fact that our country is a group of people from all over the place with all sorts of different beliefs and ideas, as long as those ideas aren't hateful, working together. That's fine. I don't hate the idea of liking the country you live in. I hate the idea of people pretending that white nationalism and protectionist nationalistic policies are the only way to be patriotic, or whatever thing you want to call it. That's why people, like, shit on Trump supporters for being like, I'm a patriot, I love America, also hates everything about America. It's ridiculous.
Come together as Americans, despite the fact that they don't want to unify with the fascists, which are the 75 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump, and also despite
74, just for the record,
the fact that they couldn't define to you what it actually means to be an American, other than just like living in America, because they don't believe in American culture or national identity.
Who doesn't believe in American culture? I mean, there's regional culture as well that's often more prevalent in some ways, because America's quite a large place with diverse people all throughout it. But I could, like, define American culture to some extent. I don't say that doesn't exist.
And so this is done for the manufactured...
Here's the difference, I think, between someone like John and someone like me. For me, if I tried to talk about American culture, it would be descriptive. American culture is whatever the culture of America happens to be at that moment. If people came in and changed the demographics of America, that would still be American culture, right? Because it's the culture of the people living in America. John considers American culture to be prescriptive. It is something that is already ordained, some sort of natural order, even though that's not how culture works and it's constantly in flux anyway, but John's 21 years old, so he might not know that. So the idea being, he thinks that American culture is this static idea, and if you change it in any way, it no longer constitutes American culture, even though it is quite literally the culture of the people living in America. It's very stupid.
Period of unity, which we predicted months ago, which exists to convince the masses that, well, Trump was the problem, not Republicans. No, just Trump. Hey, we can all come together now. This is because Donald Trump was the only real threat to their power and to the establishment political machine, and so both Republicans and Democrats needed him gone, and they're going to use their power and influence to convince the masses that, well, he was the problem, in hopes that anyone who comes after Trump won't actually threaten their system and power structures. That's why the inauguration was coded in American flags. They don't do this at their debates, or really anything else, but they did this that time, because the PSYOP is different. It's about lulling the masses, or really anything else, but they did this that time, because the PSYOP is different. It's about lulling the masses into normalcy again, which is just a return to the same policies of the last 30 years, and nothing will get better, and it's generally going to get worse for the American people. So
simultaneously, I guarantee John is probably somewhere complaining about actual policy decisions that Democrats are currently trying to push for. $15 minimum wage, for instance, expanding Medicare, wiping out college debt. These are not policies from the last 30 years, as he's claiming. However, he's going to try and both simultaneously say it's the same old things that have ruined the country, but also we don't want any of this new progressive stuff. So which is it, John? Is it 30-year-old policy decisions that are not in any way reformative? Or are they scary, communist, socialist, progressive ideas that are going to tear at the fabric of society? You have to pick one.
So, next one is that journalism is going to be arguably even more insufferable than it was throughout the last 5 years. Get ready for a barrage of articles talking about what Joe Biden's favorite ice cream flavor is. Or,
it turns out you can write articles that are basically pap when your president isn't scary. When the president isn't a fascist that you're constantly afraid is going to nuke someone because he had a bad day, you can just write really stupid articles. It's fun. Check that out.
What Kamala Harris watches on Netflix in her free time, because part of what's required to establish an illegitimate regime is humanizing and normalizing the people at the forefront of it, who typically are the most uninteresting sociopathic people in existence, but the media runs offense for them.
Except for Trump, who clearly, very, very pragmatic man of the people, cared very much about his constituents.
And by promoting them in such a positive light. And the bright side is that a lot of these companies are going to shut down or experience layoffs, since no one's really going to need to sit there and masturbate to anti-Trump propaganda anymore. But, of course, some of it will survive to continue to churn out privatized...
I can try. I'll probably need lube, though.
...propaganda on behalf of this administration. So just keep in mind that the same people who are sharing these articles about how quirky Kamala Harris is, or Joe Biden, he's just such a goofy, cute old man. Just keep in mind that these people would have been doing the same thing for Stalin and Mao.
In fairness, I would like to know what Mao watched on Netflix. Seems like he's maybe a Stranger Things fan. Ooh, did Stalin watch Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
Without a doubt, because they're sheep. And speaking of sheep, we have our next one, which is the boomer migration. We have to be very careful with this one. Basically, as we know, that which defines the boomer is the inability to recognize that things have changed. And so we can resultantly expect a certain proportion of Trump voters to get just as excited about whichever person the GOP props up as the authentic, principled conservative without realizing that things have changed and without realizing what made Donald Trump so unique and important. So be on the lookout for the migration of the boomers from Donald Trump back to their neoconservative principles and establishment figureheads, which I'm probably tearing apart in my speech right now as you watch this. And again, This isn't going to be everyone, and I don't even think that it will be most people, but there will be a lot of people who do this, and so we need to be on the lookout for that and paying attention to that. And the last one, this is the last red flag. Trust the plan. Just trust the plan. You know what I'm talking about. Here's the real tragedy with it. You had thousands of people buying into this thing, willing to storm the Capitol with Q flags. They want to go out, they want to own the libs at rallies, they want to go own the libs on Facebook.com and Twitter.com. But when it comes to actually taking action in their own lives, whether that be in their communities, whether that be building networks, infrastructure, anything, they're absent.
Wait, do you expect individual people to build infrastructure? How do you think that's going to go? You can't build infrastructure as an individual person.
And by the way, if it turns out to be true, like this whole Q thing, that I should have trusted the plan, I'll be the first to admit that I'm wrong, and I will apologize for my lack of faith. But until then, it seems to be like the quintessential conservative organization. Q for quintessential, because fundamentally, it is about deferring action. It's about trusting the plan, which just means not doing anything and assuming that it'll work out. We're not actually going to conserve anything. We're not actually going to push back against the left. We're just going to trust.
I hate to break it to you, John, but the conservative in any era, in any country, has always failed to conserve things in the long run because it's literally impossible for culture and laws to remain at a standstill. When that happens, that's stagnation, and that's not good. So no conservative has ever succeeded in the long run in history. You literally chose the side that is guaranteed to lose in the long run. You are fighting time itself, and that's generally not a good strategy.
That's the plan. And we're going to pay these people, and we're going to buy their merchandise and their books because it's all part of the plan. No, it isn't. There is no plan. I'm in a lot of these circles. It doesn't exist. It's a psyop. And if we actually want to be successful in the future, we need to act like it. No more psyops, no more coping, no more deferring action, actually taking the time to be calm, to be rational, to be calculated, and to seriously work towards building power so that we can actually take our country back. Hey guys, if you like this...
Well, good luck with that, John. You got at least 2 more years, and then 2 more after that. So, good luck. Unless you want to try another really, really cringe LARP and you want to try and go and storm the Capitol again. Please try it again. I'm sure it'll go super well this time.
This video, leave it a thumbs up, leave it a comment, also subscribe to the channel, also turn on post notifications, and of course, also share the video with a friend. I would do these things, but I can't because I'm in Arizona right now, so it's on you to do that. I know it's confusing because right now I'm behind the Heck Off Commie Desk. How could I be in Arizona? Is the Heck Off Commie Desk in Arizona? No, it's not. A little bit of a brain bender. A little bit of a brain bender? That's not a real thing people say. Brain teaser? What the hell is a brain bender? I'm not gonna betray my former self. Brain bender's epic. That's catchy. That's a good slogan. The second I get done with you guys, I'm gonna go get on the phone with the USPTO and I'm gonna secure the IP for brain bender. Don't steal it. Don't steal. Stop the steal. I'll stop the steal. Swiper no swiping. Swiper no swiping. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, and may God bless America.
I'm always embarrassed by John's. He had a second video. I don't know if we'll watch this whole thing, but let's take a look and see what his second video's about.
The literal president of the United States has been kicked off Twitter. Welcome to the club. Various other social media platforms are purging conservatives, and unfortunately for our country, basically everything that we've predicted in the last few months is...
Let me be clear. Those platforms are purging people who have called to violence or are promoting conspiracy theories. Not Republicans. You can be a Republican, you can be a conservative, you just can't call for violence or promote conspiracy theories. That's difficult because, again, like 70% of conservative discourse at this point is living in complete la-la land with QAnon and all sorts of insane election conspiracies. But if you want to touch base with reality, at least in your social media presence, you'll be fine.
Is happening right now before us, but you know, on the bright side, that's somewhat good for me because it vindicates my political instincts. But anyways, we're going to go over everything that we need to know and be thinking about during all of this: the truth about free speech, privatized and state power, the implications of what happened at the Capitol last week, all that good stuff, along with some very important announcements about this channel and its plans for the future. So do stay tuned. Anticipated. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. The long-awaited, much-anticipated anti-pornography dissertation will be coming out next week, finally.
I am so excited for the anti-porn video.
This has all been one big metaphor for the importance of delaying gratification. Those with high IQs, of course, understand. So the plan for this week is to have 2 videos covering broadly what's going on right now in our country in terms of censorship and leftist hypocrisy, which are going to be today and Thursday, respectively. And then also this Thursday, for my Arizona people, on the 21st, I'm going to be speaking at the University of Arizona at 6 p.m., giving a very important, very epic, and very high IQ speech. I'll put a link with more information in the description of this video, so we're very excited for that. And then we'll have the second video also released that evening, and then we'll put out the anti-porn dissertation early next week, and then we'll be going Texas mode. We'll probably have to take some time off to get the new studio ready, get settled in, all that good stuff, and then we can really start to get to work on everything that we have planned for this year. So we're very excited about that. But in the meantime, we're probably going to be putting a lot more content on the website, some live streams, some miscellaneous videos, etc. And that's important because we never know if YouTube is going to decide that I'm not allowed to talk to you guys anymore. So when you sign up on the website, like, yeah, you know, you get a bunch of cool stuff, you get benefits, whatever. But really the most important thing is that it ensures that we'll never lose contact with each other, because that would be a bummer, right? And on that note, as you may have heard, our Discord server got nuked for literally no reason, but thankfully
It wasn't no reason.
got something else set up now. It's basically a Discord alternative with some different features, but it's still focused primarily on gaming. It's got some other stuff. It's very similar to Discord, so if you're a member, you can now go join our Gilded server. There will be a link in the description or on the website for members. Very excited about that as well. So those are the updates. Now we can get into the utter state of our country, which we're less excited about, but such is life. So I want to start off by outlining how we got to this place. I put a video out 2 Thursdays ago in which I said basically that while we might understand why people decided to occupy the Capitol, it was ultimately stupid and it's going to come back to bite us. And then the next day, our president was effectively blacklisted from the internet because that event allowed them to occupy a legal gray area in which they could potentially argue that his rhetoric alone is inciting violence.
It was? It was.
So what happened? People got angry, they wanted to make a statement, and when all is said and done, as we predicted, we're going to get our teeth kicked down our throats because, to reiterate the point from that video, conservatives don't have enough power in society to get away with something like that. We all know that the left burned down D.C. the day that Trump was inaugurated. We all know about what they did this.
I regret buying these headphones. I need to get new ones because these ones just do not fit in my ears in any comfortable way.
Summer, we know about when the Kavanaugh protesters occupied the Capitol, but it doesn't even matter because they have the power. They control the narratives, and resultantly,
people who were protesting against Kavanaugh weren't trying to kill Congress people. They weren't trying to kidnap Congress people. They weren't trying to change the results of a democratic election. Do you still not understand the difference?
They can act with eternal impunity. And we're going to talk exclusively about leftist hypocrisy in the video that comes out Thursday, but the reason that I bring this up now is to illustrate what happens when you aren't disciplined. As a movement, as a person, it doesn't even matter. You have to have discipline. I understand the anger. I understand the examples that have been set by the left, but we can't be the ones to act on impulse like that. Look at where it got us. We made our little statement. We didn't actually accomplish anything, but we got some funny pictures, and now everyone is getting arrested by the feds. Our president has been kicked off the internet. Conservative censorship is getting cranked up well on its way to 11, and for what? For nothing. We didn't show them who's boss. No, we got placed on the no-fly list. You think they didn't want you to do that? Of course they wanted you to do that. And you took the bait. You gave them the excuse they needed to convince the masses that Trump and his supporters are threats to the existence of the country. And now we're in basically the worst position that we've ever been in, which is okay. It was inevitable. But the lesson going forward is that you have to be disciplined. You have to be thinking long term. You can't expect a reversal of 80 years of trends leading to the collapse of this country within one administration. This is something that we'll be pushing back against for the rest of our lives. And you have to be comfortable in the knowledge that you will probably not live to see the results of your effort. But that your grandchildren, or maybe even your children if you're lucky, that they will is good enough for you, that in itself justifies your efforts. And the Trump presidency was a huge step forward in the right direction. In fact, the election of Donald Trump is a much larger step forward for the country than Joe Biden will be a step backwards for the country. And what's particularly good is that it's forcing us to realize how dire our situation actually is.
I really hope that what happened on January 6th is not our equivalent of the beer hall putsch. That would be very, very bad, and I would rather not in 10 years' time be dealing with, like, Chancellor whoever who's going to end up It'd be bad. Let's not do this. Let's not.
It's forcing and necessitating a political and psychological evolution that has never been seen before in this country, let alone amongst conservatives. And right now we're in the very early stages of that because a lot of us really don't know what to do right now. We're not quite sure what to think because we've basically been conditioned to believe that the only evil is government. If we could only have small government, then we'd all be much better off. Big government sucks, all that rhetoric, and there's truth to that. But what even is government? Government is just power. Government means that if you don't listen to them, eventually someone will show up to your house with a gun. That's power. And the state...
That's a pretty simplistic view of the government. They also build roads and schools and things, but sure.
The state has a monopoly on that type of coercion, but here's basically where this comes into conflict with...
The state has a monopoly on violence, is basically what he's getting to here. And I understand. This comes up when we do, sovereign citizen stuff as well. The state is sovereign and does basically have a blank check to, within its checks of power, do what they want. Yeah, but that's not the only thing it does, right? It uses that, ideally at least, it uses that threat of force to create an operative society, something that can function, right? It creates like, oh, you need to pay your taxes at threat of going to jail or paying huge fines, because if people didn't pay their taxes, society can't function. If we let people drive around drunk, a lot of people are going to get hurt. So we make laws about that, and you know, a variety of things. The force and power applied by the government do not inherently have to be negative and totalitarian things. They can function reasonably in a give and take with the participants in that society. God, these headphones, I hate them. I hate them so much.
Conservatism, because as conservatives, we acknowledge human nature, and we recognize that everyone is different. We all have different skills and levels of intelligence. We all have different interests.
We accept human nature unless you're gay or trans, then F you, I guess.
Aptitude, whatever metric you'd like, we're all completely different. And because of that, you will inexorably...
Or if women want to do anything other than have babies... It's almost like Republicans don't know anything about human nature and they just want to apply conservative social values to everyone and pretend like it's the natural state of being.
Have a hierarchy in society. Invariably. It's unavoidable. You're always going to have power in society. And so the problem that we have as conservatives is that we've tried to minimize that power. We've tried to avoid that power and the consequences of it by pledging allegiance to these abstract ideas of private companies and make your own internet service provider, etc. But really what that comes down to is just pretending that the power doesn't exist and just hoping that it kind of goes away while feeling as though we're taking a victory because we've remained strong in our principles that require us to do nothing except wait to lose. So the point is that power is inevitable. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's only bad when bad people have that power.
You are the bad people, John. You're the bad people.
Which is where we are right now. The same way that censorship isn't always bad. It's only bad when bad people do it. And the reflexive conservative response to this is, well, now who gets to decide who the good and bad guys are? You do. We do. Do you not know right from wrong? Do you not know what good and bad are? Because if that's the case, go do your homework. Take a...
Uh-oh. John's starting to lean pretty hard into some, fashy stuff, isn't he?
Break from this. Go figure that out. And we have to be very clear here. We're not talking about the thought police. We're not talking about arresting people for having the wrong opinions. You know, like they're going to do to us because they actually play for keeps. No, we are simply acknowledging that power is bad when it is.
No one is going to arrest you, John, unless you do illegal shit. And I mean illegal now. I'm not saying someone's gonna all of a sudden make conservative thought illegal. I'm saying as long as you don't threaten violence or prompt people to violence for said speech, you're probably fine.
Is used to do bad.
But like we literally saw, you are posting videos on Instagram promoting violence.
They are riots. I'm not...
Woo! Loud.
I'm gonna say they're not riots, but, you know... Everything burns. Bad things, and censorship is bad when it is used to censor good things, and more specifically things that seek to push back against those bad things. The example would basically be this. Right now, you have every media apparatus in the country pressuring the society to ostracize and punish people who support Donald Trump. Are we supposed to pretend that's actually free speech? And if we punish them for their role in promoting the riots, the lies that incited the riots that did billions of dollars worth of property damage throughout the summer, are we going to pretend that's an attack on free speech? The truth is that the left doesn't actually care about free speech, and obviously we know that, but even now you'll hear some conservatives conservatives say, well, the left used to support free speech. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. You gave them a seat at the table, you absolute doorknob. Why did you do that?
I'll say this. I very much do care about free speech within reason. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? And you can't promote libel or slander, or do those things rather. You can't call to violence to people. We already have restrictions on free speech. We all do this. Every country in the world to one amount or another has restrictions on free speech or whatever. But John, we're not even talking about free speech here. We're talking about the use of private platforms like Twitter. This has nothing to do with free speech.
There was a time in this country we had a social and a moral fabric, and that fabric was upheld by this little thing called the family unit.
Here's the fashy thing where you call back to some imaginary perfect period in history. This is a huge thing with conservatives. They'll call back to some imaginary period in history that they weren't even alive for. Heck, John Doyle wasn't even alive for the 90s. He certainly doesn't remember this, like, mythical Leave It to Beaver 1950s world he thinks was idyllic.
And leftist intellectuals, quote unquote, have long understood that if you...
As much as John Doyle pretends to hate boomers, he is one. He's a boomer in the body of a 21-year-old.
You can successfully dismantle the family unit, then you can dismantle and take over the society, because there will be nothing to ground people, there will be no stability, etc. Karl Marx wrote about this, Herbert Marcuse wrote about this, the authoritarian personality, which is something that we've talked about before on this channel, that touched on this. And so in order to preserve the social and moral fabric, which is necessary for a free and prosperous society, there were just certain things that you didn't discuss. It was considered unbecoming, rightfully so. And so the left essentially employed the idea of free speech as a political strategy throughout the latter half of the 20th century, like, hey man, casual sex. Hey man, divorce. Hey man.
Those things aren't free speech. Those are different, like, rights you should have. The ability to decide who you engage with sexually, that's bodily autonomy. Choosing, what was the other thing he said? Sorry, I already forgot.
Like, hey man, casual sex.
There's nothing funny about
hey
the
man,
tools
divorce.
of capitalism.
Oh, divorce, yeah. Being able to choose whether or not you want to remain in a marriage contract with someone is absolutely something you should have. Do you think you should be forced to stay in a relationship with someone who's abusing you, assaulting you, or cheating on you? What?
Hey man, pornography. Hey man, communism, atheism. Hey man, Satanism. Hey man, just live and let live.
Yeah. Yep. Saying things in a silly voice actually doesn't make them bad. This is a problem a lot of people on the right have. They'll just repeat reasonable policies in a silly voice, and they'll be like, we got 'em. Haha. Actually, free speech and freedom of religion are bad, is basically John Doyle's point here. It's incredibly stupid.
Free speech, man. Doesn't bother you? And the poor American man thought to himself, wow, now I suppose it is a part of freedom. It doesn't affect me. Now fast forward a couple decades, all those things just got mortared into society. And then society's like, mommy, help. Give me your pee-pee. Give me reparations. You're not even black. You're Samoan.
John Doyle is not having a good time since Trump lost, huh?
Now look where we are. That same man, that same old stock American man, the poor naive bastard, he's probably now on his deathbed saying goodbye to his transgender grandchildren.
Oh no. Trans people existing? The horror!
Before his family has him euthanized. And he has learned that it actually does affect him, because these people never cared about free speech. They cared about winning. Yeah, they cared about total domination of the United States of America and everything for which it stands. And how do you achieve that? You break through the barrier. You appeal to the idea of God-given rights by Trojan horsing your agenda under the guise of free speech. And then once you build up some power in society, you purge the opposition. And they're left scratching their heads like, but I thought you cared about free speech. They don't. They never did. They never will. So here's a thought experiment. If our God-given rights are protected by the Constitution, and if they will be infringed upon by the undermining of that Constitution, then is it not paradoxical to enable indoctrination masquerading as free speech that will result in that Constitution being thrown out within a few generations? And again, I'm not advocating for censorship of people who criticize America. I'm not saying that kids should be taught to pledge allegiance to the state. I'm simply saying there's a difference between pledging allegiance to the state and pledging allegiance to the flag. I will never pledge allegiance to the state because they're gay and they make me pay them them to make my life more difficult, but I'll pledge allegiance to the flag, because by pledging allegiance to the flag, you are symbolically pledging allegiance to what that flag used to stand for and showing respect for the men who died for this country back when, frankly, there was a more explicitly obvious reason to do so. And so the point is that criticizing the government...
Again, calling back to some imaginary utopian past.
Yeah, go crazy, yes. But that's not what's going on right now. What's going on is a mass-marketed propaganda and indoctrination campaign.
The state is gay? What just happened? I love the state now.
Campaign that seeks to undermine everything that that flag used to stand for and that this country used to stand for. And so the question is basically, how long are we going to allow for that indoctrination to occur? For how much longer are we going to shill for the supposed free speech of those whose ultimate goal is to take all of our rights away entirely? Because we'll never take back the media. We'll never take back academia. That would take like 2 generations. We don't have that much time. We've got like...
You won't take them back because your ideas are unpopular and stupid, especially in academia where like academic rigor and testing your ideas is important and necessary. Your ideas are objectively bad, so when they're put up to the test, they lose. That's why...
Maybe 15 years. And so the way I see it is that the only institution left that we could occupy would be the government. And luckily for us, that institution has the power, and we need to actually use that power to push back against the left, because otherwise we're done. And the counter argument to this is always, well, if you use the government to stop them from convincing millions of people to hate their country and to actively work to undermine it and harm those who love it, well, then who's to say that eventually the government might just decide that it wants to do that to you? What if that happens? And it's like, buddy, please, you need to wake up, okay? The government is already doing that. The government is using private corporations as an extension of its own agenda. It's all the same coalition, and it's all against you. And so you basically have 2 options. You can sit back and watch as it gets worse for you and convince yourself that you're principled or whatever, or you can actually try to take back the only power in society that is still available to you for the time being, because the window is closing, and then use that power for good. And this is why I maintain that violence is a cope. Obviously, I condemn violence. I disavow all of that. But even aside from that, I regard it to basically be a cope, because you've got all of these conservatives who are afraid to use the government to actually enact their agenda, to actually do something good, to actually protect and improve their country. But then they want to go fantasize about executing politicians and overthrowing the government. Like, no, dude, you're just LARPing. You look like a clown. You're not going to overthrow the government. You want to feel as though you've got some power left in society, and so you're out there, you're clinging to your guns and telling yourself, one day I'm going to put down the Mountain Dew. One day I'm going to go take the country back. I'm going to hop out of the lazy boy, and I'm going to go make the founding fathers proud. No, that's stupid. That would get you absolutely nowhere. Violence is a cope. And if you think violence is the answer, you need to get control of your emotions. If you want to enact change in this country, you basically have to get really smart, get a lot of money, build a network, and then get into a position of power and then enact change. That's how we win. If you want to go out there looking for trouble, you're going to get yourself killed or thrown in jail. So stop. That's exactly what they want you to do. Stay home, stay away from these protests for a while. They are doing this as a display of force, and they would like nothing more than to make an example of you. So don't be an idiot. Be smart, get into a position of power, start advocating for guaranteed First Amendment rights on social media platforms. Oh, well, but John, that would come back to bite you. Yeah, that's a galaxy brain take, my friend. Guaranteeing my free speech in the new public square would eventually come back to bite me. Do you mean when I create my own Twitter.com, when I have my own ISP, then when I have to let people speak, I'm really just gonna be kicking myself? That's your hypothesis? Grow up. Do you know what happens when private companies try to prevent people from speaking in Russia or Poland? The companies get punished by the government. Oh, well, but they have big government just because I can't go over there and cyberbully Vladimir Putin? Riddle me this. What's the appeal of the freedom to cyberbully the president of the United States if private companies have effectively banned him from the internet?
What? Kitty, what are you doing? Okay.
I can't quite square that. The left views speech as violence, and they also view absence of supporting speech as violence. Remember, silence is violence? In other words, you have to speak, and it has to align with their manufactured and mass-marketed narrative. And if you disagree...
Manufactured and mass-market narrative that gay people should have rights, and black people shouldn't be murdered by the police.
Well, that's actually like violence, because if you disagree with the message of Black Lives Matter, well, you're enabling police officers to murder black people, so you're actually complicit in violence, and so you have to be censored.
Unironically, yes.
They do this with every issue, and that's their justification for silencing you. And so things are probably going to get pretty bad for us pretty soon. Time will tell. We'll be here.
God, I hope so.
Hopefully to analyze all of it, but just keep in mind that God has a plan, and he knows exactly how much you can handle.
Remember in the previous video we just covered where he's like, QAnon is a cope and trusting the plan is for losers. And now he's doing the exact same thing, but with his religion? That's pretty funny.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 outlines this pretty clearly. I don't know the scripture off the top of my head, but it basically reads that God will not allow anything to happen to you beyond what he knows you can bear, beyond what you're...
You hear that, Holocaust victims? God will never give you more than you can bear.
Absolute limit is, and he will always provide you a way.
You hear, victims of slavery, both transatlantic and otherwise? God will never give you more than you can handle.
Out of that hardship, whatever that may be. So ultimately what that means is that it's on you, big guy, to push the rock up the hill. You are being tested, and if you fail, it's on you. Because society is run by agents of Satan who have engineered everything to make you as numb and pacified and depressed as possible.
That sounds like QAnon rhetoric.
Hoping that you lose hope, you lose faith, you turn to vices like drugs and pornography to fill that void. This is your test. It's your ultimate test. You can't lose hope.
John, I don't need pornography to fill my void. Baja fills my void.
Under the pressure, because that's the only way that they win. As long as they don't break your spirit, they can never win. It's impossible. And if they thought otherwise, they wouldn't be trying so militantly to mentally destroy the society, to breed mental illness throughout the society. And I have a feeling that it's going to get worse in the next few years, but it's okay because we'll be here. You can stay in contact through the website. Worst comes to worst, we're going to get through this together. We're thinking about building some sort of like mentorship network because there aren't a whole lot of those on the right for people looking to have like a serious impact. We've got some ideas, but in the meantime, just remember, stay optimistic. Remember what your purpose is. I'll see some of you on Thursday in Arizona. Very epic. Hey guys, if you like this video, leave it a thumbs up.
You know what's sad? The thing I've been looking forward to most in these videos is the super cringe outros that John has been doing lately.
Leave it a comment. Go over here, subscribe to the channel. Run back over here, turn on post notifications, and then do as you will with this last one, which of course is share the video with a friend. The macro conflict is of course good versus evil. There's like kind of like a funnel of conflict. And so it starts like up here with like good versus evil. And then you get into like maybe, you know, right versus left, establishment versus American people. But on the micro, like the absolute reduced fraction of the conflicts that I'm experiencing, it's my right hand versus the MAGA hat. I don't know what it was, but the placement this time was just not conducive to comfortable gesturing as I sort of explained things. Like, I don't even know. I can't emulate it now because I'm not like talking, but sometimes the hand goes here. Sometimes it goes like here. Yeah, this was just not conducive to what we wanted to do there. So be it. Such is life. So that's the thing. You know, we're talking about obstacles. You got to push the rock up the hill. For you guys, it's getting an education and a well-paying job and raising a family in a country that hates you. For me, where's the hand going to go if the hat's there? We got to make a symmetrical set, relatively well put together set. We all have our burdens. This is mine. This is my Leviathan. That's me. I'm going to figure this out, and I'm going to tell you guys that you need to solve your problems. I'm going to figure this out, and I'm going to tell you that you have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm going to get an email from somebody like, John, the factory closed in my town because of Jeff Bezos. My family can't eat. I'm only in high school. What should I do? And I'm going to be like, look, bud, I'm working real hard. I'm putting in hours right now. I'm working round the clock trying to figure out this hat placement issue. Frankly, and I'm going to take the time to answer his email in so much length, like superfluous length. A shorter length could have been used to answer his actual question, but I'm just going to write a total novel making him feel bad for daring to inquire as to my prescription for his problem, given what he knows about the hat dilemma, the hat crisis of 21. What if it just went over here? I don't know. Maybe because we're going to have a new set anyways pretty soon. Okay, first of all, 2-minute outros are based in red pilled. I don't even want to hear any anti 2-minute outro rhetoric. We'll figure it out. Thank you so much for watching. May God bless America.
Jesus Christ, John. What are you doing? College Republicans event sign-up form. Please fill out this form if you wish to attend the speaker's event. This is, I guess, the form for John Doyle's speaking event. It already happened. It happened the other day. First and last name, email, phone number. How did you learn of the event? Did you agree to be respectful during the duration of the event? No. Okay, it's a little funny. That's enough John Doyle, though. Ugh. He's straight up not having a good time since the inauguration. That's a shame. Okay, I'm gonna grab something to snack on real quick because I have not eaten today and it's 6:30 and I'm getting a headache. And then I'll come back, we'll do some bit messages, and we'll move on to the next thing, okay? Here, I'll leave you with, here. You're welcome, okay?
Hi, this is the 6th Trump cover song that
Be right back.
Singing Channel presents Wrecking Ball. Please share, like, and subscribe to support Trump. Thank you. They cheat, they lied, our hearts hang, we were tricked, ever asking why. We fight, we fell under their trap, a scheme no one could deny. Don't you ever say they can walk away, we will always want Trump. We can't live a life running for our lives, we will always want Trump. He came in like a wrecking ball, he never hit so hard in the swamp. All we wanted was to come equal most, all they ever did was trick us. Yeah, they tricked us. We put integrity high up in the sky, and now it's coming down. They slowly turned it, let us down, and now it's crashed to the ground. Don't you ever say they can't walk away, we will always want Trump. We can't live a life running for our lives, we will always want Trump. He came in like a wrecking ball, he never hit so hard in the swamp. All we wanted was to come legal most, all they ever did was trick us. He came in like a wrecking ball, yeah, they just blocked windows and cheat, that observers away 60 feet.
I can't deal. Let's do a quick cleanse. It's so tough. Because he has so many good ones.
I don't even know why I'm trying so hard at this point to come up with all these different sausages. YouTube comment suggestion. I know I said that I would only do this when I was dead and buried in the cold hard ground, but you know what? Mrs. Sausage, when this is over, I want you to shoot me and bury me in the backyard. But Papa, I don't want to make it a sausage. I want to go to school like the other boys. You can and will make the sausage. This is an abomination. That is an incredible amount of shrinkage. All right, here we go. We're gonna go for the whole thing, the whole bite. It was like chewing on an ear. 0 out of 5.
Bop, 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 bop. Gross.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome
Okay.
back.
It's enough chewing ASMR. Sorry about that. I needed to get something in me. Because I'm like getting a headache or something from low blood sugar. I don't know. Haven't eaten today until just now. Would I eat a Hot Pocket sausage? I'd try it. Let me do these bit messages. Puka the Duka, thank you for resubscribing at tier 1 for 2 months. Says, love what you do. Thank you. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. All hail the dramatic Queen Hannah. Caitlin91, thank you for subscribing with Prime. The Ender92 with 20 bits. Minimizing the fact that we have no idea what long-term effects of COVID does to people, even if you don't die, is honestly the scariest thing that has come from politicizing of this virus. HMD102, thank you for following. Lejiggly Queen, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm all for this look, Hannah. I can't get enough. Nourish me. Make America Smart Again, thank you for following. Gray Fox 2343, thank you for resubscribing with a 9-month streak. Also lovely hair, Hannah, look good, thank you. Antipodian Squid with 300 bits. Bits of love for you, beautiful thing. You look gorgeous today. Aw, thank you. Andrew Batella with 20 bits. Headcanon, John is actually ace and doesn't have a clue why people debase themselves with porn. Ghetto Kanye with 100 bits. Hannah, you look so beautiful today. Makeup is on point. I haven't caught a live in a hot minute, and your voice is so feminine. I noticed a difference. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. I was doing practice for my voice training earlier, but my throat's starting to hurt, so I'm kind of laying off for right now. Though I'm trying to keep my pace a little lower because I'm supposed to start talking slower than I typically do. Tech and Games, thank you for following. Staying quiet now with 20 bits. I have always struggled with headphones hurting my ears. I got these last week, and they're the first ones I've ever had that don't hurt or fall out. Oh, thank you. Marcus for Left Flank Vets, thank you for following. I'm assuming that's one of the people who does Left Flank Vets here on Twitch. Nice. Dude Spanking Dudes with 20 bits. Quick 3-minute cleanse. Antipodian Squid with 50 bits. Back in my day, says John Doyle, who is younger than I am. Staying quiet now. Thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you for being you. Here is some money to buy some new earphones that won't hurt your ears. Aw, thank you. Dude Spanking Dudes with 20 bits. Divorce bad. John, Trump has cheated and divorced multiple times, you clown, you hypocritical clown. Toy L6, thank you for following. Court B, thank you for following. Midnight 11 with 24 bits. F John and his anti-LGBTQA plus bullshit. Yeah, he's ridiculous. Dad Buell with 20 bits. John Doyle's mask is a mesh face mask at this point. Enlid with 20 bits. We want to take away your rights by providing you universal health care, free college, strong labor rights, a good environment, and good rights for all people regardless of race and gender. The horror. Dude Spanking Dudes with 20 bits. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Let's say what John wants those happen. It won't stop. There will be a new thing to hate on, like, your heritage isn't white enough. You're not supposed to eat tacos. You don't count as white since you're some % black. Real men don't have long hair. Real men have beards. It will never stop since you can't satisfy these people in the long run. Yeah, fascists are gonna fascist. I Fight for Them has followed, thank you. Major Dub with 100 bits. As a side note, since all this talk of God reminded me of him, whatever happened to the Banana Man? He's still doing stuff. Not as much since COVID, but I don't know. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Says hot. Enlid with 20 bits. Hates porn, but probably is like Ben Shapiro looking at AOC's feet. MMO Addicted to 20 bits. Baja fills my void. I'm sorry, but this brought back memories of Dragon Age and phrases like dampen your divine and explore your deep roads, and I can't stop giggling. The Pastel Dyke, thank you for following. Dragonfly with 20 bits, thank you. MMO Addicted, thank you for gifting a sub. Habitual Dodo with 100 bits. I'm on the spectrum, so I'm not using this disparagingly. He seems like he is too. The manic way that he talks, combined with his hyperfixation and having to be the most on whatever ideological scale he's on, it just seems so weirdly reflective. Yeah, I don't know. I have no way of knowing. Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. John Doyle is such a wiener, believes in freedom, but only what he approves of. Yeah, that's how fascists work. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Is this Michael Jackson's daughter? In regard to the lady who does the Trump songs. Wag Roads 13 with 100 bits. This is awful. Make it stop. Major Dub with 50 bits. How is it that with every day I continue to exist, a scab I never knew existed is picked that leads to an even fresher hell? Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. Would you eat a Hot Pocket sausage? Yes. Harley Quinn DM55, thanks for following. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Phrasing, Hannah. Don't talk about talk about getting something inside you. Devious Chillster with 20 bits. Wouldn't a Hot Pocket sausage just be pizza sausage, but like kind of worse? Probably. Arenas3, thank you for resubscribing with a 9-month streak. Stream, baby. We will name it Carl with a K. Mr. Sir Knight King Yo with 20 bits. Hi, Hannah. I started voice training a long time ago. Take it slow on your voice. Remember not to drink coffee prior because it can hurt your vocal folds. Milk can get in the way too. Green apples help keep things crisp and bubbly. Water and other carbonated stuff can help. And then Shari531, thanks for following. Whew, caught up. Okay. Can't believe we've already been streaming for 2 hours. It doesn't feel like it. Okay, let's see what we want to do next. We have Tim Pool. We have the Quartering talking about Lance from the Surfs. We have Styx in a wonderful new outfit. We have this guy talking about AOC. We have Bryson Gray. We have Officer Tatum. Yeah. That's what we got. What do you guys think? I think most people are saying Tim Pool. It's pretty close between the Quartering and Tim Pool. We'll do the Quartering. Baja votes for the Quartering. She wins. 1 second, we'll start. I'm sorry. I just don't want to... I'm cutting this up for YouTube, and I don't want to be chewing during the YouTube segments, but I'm very hungry. Wheat Thins. They're Wheat Thins. Okay. So, our good friend Jeremy, Brie Larson aficionado, has made a video about our friend Lance over at the Surfs. If you haven't seen Lance's stream, go check out twitch.tv/the Surfs, or is it the Surfs TV? I always forget. Let me take a look. Oops. Wow, why can't I type today? Yeah, the Surfs TV on Twitch. Here's a link in the chat. I'm sure all of you already follow Lance, but if you don't, go check out Lance. Lance also covers some of the same people we cover here. He does a lot of news stuff as well. But he's done some stuff on the Quartering, on Jeremy, and Jeremy is upset about it and calling him a stalker. The irony of someone covering Jeremy and Jeremy calling them a stalker is so funny based on the number of videos he's made about specific people like Brie Larson. It's amazing. So let's take a look at the hypocrisy, shall we?
Everyone here probably knows the Quartering's lore, but if you didn't, I'll just fill it in for you very, very quickly. He has been kicked out of Magic the Gathering leagues for, unfortunately, the harassment of female players, both online and offline, you know, doxing them.
Yes, that is. Jeremy does this thing where he's trying to rewrite history on the Magic the Gathering thing, where he's like, I wasn't kicked out for harassment. He is. I literally have the receipts from that. I can go find him. It'll take a while, but I can do it. Basically, he tweeted the email that got sent to him, and it specifically says, like, harassment is one of the things he got banned for. He was basically harassing a cosplayer and inciting harassment from his viewers, and that's why he got banned.
A few moments later.
Lance actually did address this when he got temporarily banned from YouTube. The channel's back up now. And he said, like, this is nothing like 1984, by the way. This isn't a free speech issue. A private platform banned me, and I think it was in mistake. And he did get his channel put back up. So Jeremy's ha 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 here is kind of funny, considering Lance was entirely internally consistent on this. So the quartering's just being a dipshit.
Oh, beautiful!
You make so many videos of Brie Larson. This is harassment.
Spider-Man meme.
This is
Sorry, I was muted. If you wanted to use this meme properly, it would be Lance in the quartering, not two Lances. Learn how to meme properly, dummy.
wow. You realize what you're doing, Spider-Man meme. Like, come on.
That man's an imposter. That man is the imposter.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering, and I know the rule of thumb is that you don't stop for every barking dog as you're driving by. You stay on the path.
Make a video about me, Jeremy. Make a video about me. You can even use this clip.
Path, you do you. And for that reason, I don't respond to a lot of these videos that people make on me. It's generally one particularly super narrow, small side of YouTube that all share the same political ideology and the same habit of being allergic to telling the truth. A lot of times, every time one of these kids make a video about me, you guys see it and you send it to me, and I know a lot of people want me to respond to them, but it's literally pointless. I thought about, since it had been a slow news week this week, there's one particular channel that has been obsessed with me for over a year now, by their own definition, by the way. Hey,
Jeremy, remember that time? Remember that time you promised to come and do a debate with the Serfs, with Lance, if they raised a certain amount of money for charity, and then they did, and you backed out? That was fun.
I thought, okay, let me see what are the points that this ultra honest truth seeker is making. And within like a minute of the very first video I watched, they just made up a ridiculously absurd lie about me, stating that I was doxing female cosplayers and
I don't know about the doxing thing specifically, but you were certainly banned for inciting harassment of that individual.
Showing them where you could find them at conventions. See, when people lie, they've proven that they're not worth your time really to talk to.
Which is why he decided to make this whole 17-minute video.
And this is what this kid is doing. He probably thinks he's really smart. He thinks he's, taking down the bad guy. He defines making
No, don't send that to Jeremy, please.
multiple videos, or making even one video if it's about a woman, as harassment. But this kid has made almost 15.
You didn't make one video, Jeremy. You made multiple videos on her, which incited harassment and caused her to leave the community, which is why you got banned.
15 videos on me.
15 videos? Jeremy, you've made over 60 videos on Brie Larson. Just pointing that out there. If we're talking about, relative amounts of harassment, if you want to call it that. I wouldn't. Typically, I wouldn't. I think it's weird that Jeremy focuses on someone like Brie Larson, who's harming no one. She's just another, A-list actress that I don't really care about the personal life of, but she seems like a nice enough person. Whereas Jeremy's like actively promoting like harmful, toxic viewpoints. But either way, I don't think necessarily what Jeremy does to like Brie Larson is harassment. If you exist in the public sphere, it stands to reason that people are going to make content about you. I do find it weird though. It's definitely weird. And before Jeremy's like, well, you make a bunch of videos about me. Yeah, it's weird. We have very stupid jobs.
Interacted with him 0 times on YouTube. A few back and forths on Twitter. He's long been muted because it is a waste of time. These people win when they waste your time. And that's ultimately what it is. Now, fortunately, it's Friday, and I get to have a little bit of fun with it. We had kind of a down news week. So, you know,
we had a down news week? This came up the 22nd. Plenty of stuff has happened this week, Jeremy.
Point is simple. This guy has a huge problem with how many videos I've made about Brie Larson. Look, I've made a lot of them. People that watch my channel, by the way, I have, what, 1,500 videos or something like that? I mean, I have a lot of videos about Jack Dorsey, too. I have a lot of videos about Susan Wojcicki, too. I have a lot of videos about Pokimane, too. I have a
The difference being you make videos about Brie Larson, like, when anything happens, when anyone writes any article about Brie Larson, you basically make a video. Like, if Brie Larson farted on the subway, I think you'd make about 3 videos about it. You make them at the drop of a hat.
a lot of videos.
Whereas at least with, like, Jack Dorsey, it's usually about something that's actually happening and not just, you know, I hate Brie Larson because she said a feminist thing once.
It's about Dr. Disrespect, too. When you have 1,500 videos and you've been creating videos for 6-7 years and you cover trending topics, you're going to have a lot of people, a lot of overlap. You're going to have a lot of videos about a particular person. That's just natural. But see, they like to frame it in this way, like, oh, they don't take a look and see that he's done 50 videos on, you know, free speech and tech censorship. It's only the...
No, I've definitely mentioned the other things you do, Jeremy.
50 videos about Brie Larson that they have a problem with. Even though every major website on the internet, if you go to Deserto.com, for example, they've got 100 articles about...
What the fuck is Deserto.com? I've literally never even heard of that. He says major websites a lot, and I don't think he knows what that means, because he'll often cite, like, major websites, and then it'll be something I've never heard of.
Dr. Disrespect, 100 articles about Pokimane, 100 articles about Sweet Anita. Do these big-brained individuals on YouTube say that Deserto is harassing these people? No, of course.
How are they covering these people? Because context matters. No one is saying that just covering something as a media outlet is harassment. It's the fact that the way you cover Brie Larson tends to be pretty icky and comes from a pretty, like, juvenile place most of the time. It's clearly about the fact that one time she was like, hey, wouldn't it be great if there were more women and people of color in the movie review business, and all of you collectively lost your minds about it? That's typically why people find your coverage of Brie Larson questionable, because it entirely comes from a place of you being uncomfortable with her feminist progressive viewpoints. People make fun of that because it's funny watching a 40-year-old man in his basement about this stuff. It's funny. It's funny for the most part.
Of course not. So it's just a convenient term they use. It's why it's not worth responding to. I cover news. If you're in the news, you get a video. It's very simple. And anybody that's actually watched my videos over the years have seen, yes, I genuinely disliked Brie Larson, especially for the things she said, I don't know, 4 years ago. These are the same people.
Yeah, that's the point. It's kind of strange that it's that focus. Whereas covering someone like you continually say this stuff time and time again, and that's what makes it funny and entertaining. You're a meme, Jeremy. You've become a meme.
People that continue to bring up my videos about She-Ra, which is what, 4 years ago?
Yeah, you wanted to bang... You specifically were like, I don't want to bang this She-Ra, and she was like underage.
These people are living in the past, and you can see so
Not necessarily. I'm covering this video right now, and this is a new video from you. Also, the basement pee thing, there are newer Jeremy memes. Just saying, if you're talking about memes on you, Jeremy, the She-Ra thing is quite an old one to reference.
By the type of videos they make. Long gone are these cringe long format where you sit for 30 minutes and watch an entire video of mine and get your quips in.
Oh no, I gotta come up with a quip. Oh, nope, got nothing.
You know, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Ooh, Jake's in that one.
13. At least 13 without even any, you know, deep looking or if my name's not in the title.
I don't know. Let's take a look. Hold on. The Quartering, Brie Larson. Do. The more popular videos are actually people criticizing Jeremy, which is fun. Let's see. Here's one. Here's him talking about... Oh, no, that's from the H3 podcast. Also talking about The Quartering. Here's another one. Ooh, look, me. There's Why Does Everyone Hate Brie Larson? There's a Brie Larson video. There's a Brie Larson video. There's a Brie Larson video. Geeks and Gamers, though that's not Jeremy. There's another Brie Larson video. 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 You get it. You get it. Jeremy has over 60 videos on Brie Larson. And it's because she's like a celebrity who has espoused progressive ideas. That's funny as shit.
Dude's got 13 videos on me, a nobody. He's also got a main channel, which also has more videos on me. I've never made a video about this kid. I don't care.
I like that he's referring to Lance as a kid, even though Lance is an adult. He's an adult man.
About what he is, you know, I don't think he shouldn't be able to make these videos, but he should absolutely know that these type of response ponage videos are nowadays against terms of service on YouTube. He should know that. He's constantly getting strikes while whining about how YouTube is a free company. You know, the kid makes this. This is how you know he's just a kid, which is why I don't really want to get.
I don't know how Lance is. I don't know how old Lance is. It's not really my business. I don't care either, but referring to him as a kid is actually very, very funny to me. Yeah, he's in his 30s. Yeah, that seems about right. He's not that much younger than Jeremy.
Get that serious about it. You know, his pinned comments are about how he got an unfair strike on his channel, but he's got a long history of cope posting to like people like Ben Shapiro and Donald Trump saying, YouTube's a private platform and they can do what they want.
Correct. That wasn't not Jeremy. That wasn't Lance's criticism. He stayed consistent. He said they're private platforms. They can remove you if your videos are against their TOS. But when Lance had his video removed, it was very specifically because it was targeted by a bunch of right-wingers to go and flag it, and then it was falsely removed. He did end up getting that restored. So he was correct on that count. And even when he was dealing with that false strike, he said, like, this isn't about free speech or whatever thing right-wingers tend to cry about when they lose stuff. This is about the fact that it's been falsely and maliciously done by a bunch of right-wingers. Completely different scenario. And he was right, because he ended up getting the channel back. So
it's just hilarious to me, which is why I don't really take any of it too seriously. The idea that because I make a...
Was it not restored? Okay, sorry. I guess I thought it was. Let me take a look. It was the Surf Times. I'll just go to YouTube. Ugh, I'm not typing well today for some reason. Yeah, it was this one, right? It was the Surf Times. So it's up, right? I thought so, at least. Yeah, it's back up. Surfs and the Surf Times. I was right.
a video about something that it's super important to me and I'm super mad about something is hilarious. I get what he's doing. I understand his hustle, and hey, get your bag, kid. I appreciate it. I mean, I think continually making videos about me is probably not gonna last very long in terms of interesting.
You'd be shocked. Jeremy, you're very, very popular on the internet in terms of being a lol cow. And I know all about being a lol cow. So, trust me. Making a video and putting the quartering in the title. Okay, if you're watching this on YouTube, and it's been a day or two, because it takes a little bit for my views to come in, like anyone, go and look at the view counts on this video, and then take a look at my average view counts. It's going to be up there. It's going to be in the upper 50th percentile, at least, right? Just saying.
But again, this is the type of language this kid uses. Trying to start Gamergate 2, the quartering went too far as to make 2 videos attacking a games journalist over an article he didn't read.
Did you know that if you read tweets in that voice, it makes them illegitimate? This is how I talk about things, and I'm not trying to sway you on how this tone is at all. The internet was a mistake.
And then he pathetically tries to tag in Rahul to try and get a retweet. Sad, but I understand why you did it, kid.
It's so frustrating and pathetic listening to Jeremy try and call Lance a kid. Like, Jeremy, I'm younger than Lance, right? Like, if you're going to call anyone kid, I would kind of understand it if it were me. Although I am almost in my 30s. So, you know, it's just a little patronizing. But that's your intent, so I understand that. But calling Lance a kid is just inaccurate. It just makes you sound kind of silly. But whatever.
Ultimately, you know, and you see one of the replies, you're just going to ignore all the videos he's made about Jason Schreier, Neil Druckmann, Nathan Grayson, Carlos Mazza, Brian Stelter, Ryan Johnson, or anybody like that. Exactly. Anybody who actually watches my videos understands that, you know, hey, you're going to make a lot of videos about somebody. And I think it's hilarious that, and again, this is the big brain of...
I'm almost 27, which is closer to 30 than it is to 20.
Of this individual channel.
Responding to Baha
is that
in chat.
When I make a video about it, when I make a video about an opinion someone has online, it's attacking. When he makes a video, or 15 videos, that's fine. Because he's bullying the bully. The idea that the very first video I tried to take a look at, right? I try to watch this thing.
He's very close to understanding that context counts and who you're talking about matters. But he's very far away, too.
1 minute into the video, this is what he says.
You know, doxing them in their locations of where they're going to be in conferences. So, like, you know, his rabid fans will go out.
Let's take a look. I'm going to see if I can investigate. But the articles on Jeremy getting banned for Magic the Gathering are very old at this point, and I know some of them that haven't been archived have been deleted because the sites they were on have been deleted. This came up when I had an argument with Jeremy on Twitter before he blocked me, which is fine. He's in his rights to do that. I just think it's funny. Anyway, I had to get some, someone sent me some archives of some old websites with it because some of them are deleted, but I'll see if I can find anything. Jeremy. Let me see. Magic the Gathering cosplayer quits over harassment forcing Wizards to speak up. This is from November 29th, 2017, when this happened. Control F. Doxing. In a statement to Polygon, Hambly said he's been doxed. So he's saying he had been doxed? Let me see. Let's find another article and see if it says anything. Again, I don't know anything about the doxing thing. Lance may have misspoke, but he certainly got banned for harassment. Jeremy Hambly's Magic the Gathering harassment ban, also known as Magic Gate, refers to a controversy surrounding the banning of YouTuber Jeremy Hambly from attending Magic the Gathering events due to complaints against he harassed cosplayer Christine Sprankle. On June 5th, 2017, Hambly uploaded a video titled Play Set of Beta White Knights Prevent RAPE of Magic the Gathering cosplayer. Blah, blah, blah. Well, the video has since been removed by YouTube. It is an archived version available on the Internet Archive, and the video Hambly posted a video criticizing cosplayer Christine Sprankle for complaining about harassment she had received on social media, claiming she was attempting to drive Patreon donations by pretending to be a victim. Let me just Control F doxing here, too, see if there's anything. Yeah. I don't know anything about the doxing thing. It's possible that Lance misspoke on that. Nonetheless, the content of the actual discussion doesn't change much, saying, I didn't dox someone, I just harassed them to the extent that they left the community. You know, that's not really better, Jeremy. Someone has a link. Let me take a look. The dox evidence is shown later. Okay. The Quartering is trying to rewrite history, claiming he was banned from Magic for posting a few memes. Jeremy forgot that he shared an email on his own YouTube channel showing he was banned for harassment. Oh yeah, this was in the argument I had with him. Now Hannah is spreading false information. I was not banned for harassment. I never was. And then you look at the actual email, which he posted. He posted this screenshot of the email he got. Hi, Jeremy. The reports allege that you have violated point 3 of Wizards of the Coast conduct. It reads, do not harass, bully, threaten, harm, or cause discomfort to other persons, including any other members. So again, he got removed for 3, which is don't harass, bully, threaten, or harm, which is what he got removed for. Jeremy was removed for harassment. Explicitly. Frustrating.
After them, all the kind.
In the first minute of his video, he claims that I dox cosplayers and show them exactly where they're going to be at conventions. Obviously,
the dox evidence is shown later. Was this on the main Surfs channel or the Surfs Times? Let me go see if I can find it. Dang it. Let me see if I can find the video on Jeremy.
Appeared on Supergirl, a show I've heavily criticized, and on Harley Quinn, a show I've heavily criticized.
You have a link of the
perhaps
doxing? Please
that's
send it to
why.
me.
I don't know
in chat.
why this dude stuck his nose in there, but now he gets to get...
Man, the ego, eh? The hubris. It's because he definitely watches your videos, the Quartering. He was watching your videos, making fun.
Okay, let me take a look at this link and see if it shows the... That's pretty funny.
Of Harley Quinn, and then he was like, oh, well, we're going after this guy in a couple months, in 2 or 3 months' time down the road, by like trying to point out that she's not a real journalist.
We're against harassment, but go harass this person. Now, send me this stuff, so you might as well just at me in it, all right? It'd be the same as if I put out a video saying,
were the contributions undervalued, but the culture they were working in was unwelcome to women. Oh.
Tweet that gets picked up by anti.
All right, now video games.
You know,
I'm seeing if he ever provides anything in terms of the doxing claim.
Rahul. You also are fine going after me directly with vicious lies. It's very unfortunate.
Okay.
I wonder why.
I don't see anything about the doxing, so I can't make a claim on that one way or another. It's possible that Lance just misspoke and he was talking about the harassment. Either way, I think the substance of the content is the same. Basically, Jeremy got removed for being a dickhead.
That never happened. There's zero evidence of that. So when called out, this big brain individual probably called on their Discord to try and be desperately find some sort of evidence. So he points to a video again. This is how pathetically in the past these people are. This is a video from...
Why do people keep bringing up that time I got banned for harassing people? Because it's bad? Because it's bad. That'd be why.
2017, where Magic the Gathering YouTuber named Brian, Tulane Community College, put out a video about me saying that I was the most evil man on the planet. And he says, this big brain, big research individual, when I said the guy behind this channel literally said with a straight face that I was behind doxing female cosplayers. No evidence, but he is sure going to, he said it anyway, right? I know he wants my attention.
It was him tweeting about her being there.
Let
me take a look. Let me see if it's bigger. Love the ladies of Magic, but dudes who bring their girlfriends to stand over their shoulder every game are annoying. Teach them to play or go home. And then it's, I found her. I found the woman at the Magic the Gathering event. That one was easy. It's a picture Jeremy took, but did someone else post it? Lord Cupcake? I don't know. He's taking a picture at a public event. Skeevy, but I don't know if that would be considered doxing. I have no idea, though. That's for you guys to decide. But I understand how, at the minimum, Lance could look at that and go doxing. I think the more pertinent issue is the harassment, as that's actually what he got banned for, and there's substantive evidence of it.
And he says, this big research individual.
Jeremy retweeted it, though. I mean, he took the picture, so.
When I said, the guy behind this channel literally said with a straight face that I was behind doxing female cosplayers. No evidence, but he is sure going to, he said it anyway, right? I know he wants my attention. So hours later, he comes up.
I guess he got it.
With this, a link to a video, right? So most people think, haha, big brain bread tuber got him. Except he didn't, because this video does not show I doxed any female cosplayers. What this is, okay, is a tweet. Not one that I made. I didn't even make this tweet, you absolute disingenuous hack.
Sure, but if you retweet something, you can take part in doing something if it was considered something that was doxing.
There's a tweet. I made a joke saying, love the ladies of Magic the Gathering, right? But dudes who bring their girlfriends to stand over their shoulder every game are annoying. They are. It would be the same way if a girl had brought a guy to stand over her shoulder. It's annoying.
Sure, but you also took the picture, Jeremy. I can see your head in the picture.
When you're trying to play somebody, it's like you're playing two people, right? Teach them to play or go home. Nothing wrong with that. To which
I think that's a stupid comment anyway. I don't play Magic the Gathering, but if your significant other is there to give you, like, moral support or whatever, who cares? That's fine. How much more distracting could that possibly be than anything else going on in a Magic the Gathering tournament? I feel like the lack of showers is probably going to be the more pressing concern in terms of distractions.
Somebody replies when I had to take a selfie. I took a selfie, right? And they said, I found her. I found the woman at an MTG event.
That's not a selfie, Jeremy. You're barely in the picture. It's just like from here up. You're clearly trying to take a picture of the people behind you.
That's his evidence that I doxed female cosplayers. Hilarious, right? That's the level of intellect that he brings to the table. His big gotcha is a tweet of that does nothing about what he said. Right? Even the video isn't saying that I did that, right? But these people are living in a post-truth world. And
reminder that Jeremy is a Trump supporter, for the record.
You know, what I'll say about this is, like, I think that he's going down a dangerous path on YouTube because YouTube does not like these type of videos. A lesser man would remove his revenue stream. You know, if he's going to keep lying and slandering me in the videos, I'm not going to strike him down. I'll just claim my content so he can't make money lying about me. I mean, wouldn't that...
I thought Jeremy believed in fair use. Kind of hypocritical, don't you think?
Be funny. I mean, I'm not going to do that. But, you know, a lesser man might do that. I don't think that there's a long-term future in posting 30-minute long-format, live-filled ponage videos on YouTube. But, hey, get your bag, man. I'm not mad about it. And
he's definitely mad. I've watched enough Jeremy content to know when he's mad. And he's mad. Don't post 30-minute ponage content. Spew 30 videos a day into people's feeds talking about how feminism has ruined Batman or whatever. That's where the real money is.
Thing is, all of these people act exactly the same, right? here's his response will be like, whoa, he made a video, cope more, even though he made nearly 20 on me. And that's the trouble of being in a position on YouTube where you have 1 million subscribers. You're always going to have people tugging at you to try and get your attention. And, you know, ultimately there are...
And you gave it. You fool. Why have you done this?
...are very real things to criticize me about. Very real things. I've been wrong in the past. I got hammered on a Twitch stream once and peed in the drain in the unfinished part of my basement. Like, I don't even care about that, but these people are obsessed with it. It's
ugh, I love me the basement pee meme. I do. I really, really do.
Hilarious. Like, look, when you have no mortgage on your beautiful home, you can pee in it wherever you want.
Heck, you can pee wherever you... I have a mortgage. I'll pee wherever I want. No one can stop me. I'm an adult, though, so I pee in, you know, the toilet where it goes.
And the fact that they think this is some kind of own is weird. It's never...
All these bread tubing leftists thinking it's an own to point out that I'm an adult man who got so trashed I pissed in my basement. What losers.
Something I denied. It's never, like, you know, maybe don't get hammered on a live stream and do stuff like that, but I make no apologies for that.
Okay.
It's so weird. It's like when you listen to the remarks of his viewers and his fandom, they sound very...
We're on a hype train, by the way. Thank you.
Young. 10, 12 years old. And
yeah, I'm sure 10 and 12-year-olds are very interested in Lance going over political theory. It's not content 11 and 12-year-olds would care for, I don't think.
And that's probably the right age where the things that he says sound smart. And so people watch it LARP as some sort of pseudo-intellectual and think they're totally poning a guy. But really, you know, 5 seconds of research will show, you know, I'm sure he said some very true things about me. I'm sure that he's had some valid criticisms of me. But, you know, I literally made it 1 minute into the very first video I ever watched of his, and he...
So you didn't even watch the whole video? That's weird. Because it seems like you'd want to, you know, actually analyze the content of the video as opposed to waiting, you know, 5 seconds and then going, haha, I find that misleading. Checkmate. It's not how it works usually.
He's blatantly lying about me. I'm sure that his other 15 videos are likely full of horrible lies about me as well. I wish him the best. I surely hope that, you know, YouTube responds to you and he removes your strikes. You got a strike removed last week about harassment, and now you have another strike this week. I mean, I would probably be worrying about staying within the YouTube terms of service if I were you, rather than running around. And
Jeremy always tries to do the Trump/mafia guy thing where he's like, that's a nice horse. It would be a shame if something happened to it. And he thinks he's being subtle, I think. And he's really, really not. Like, at all. That's a nice channel you got there. You should probably watch out, otherwise people are gonna mass flag your videos. Gee, I would never tell my audience to do that, but he does this kind of shit all the time. It's so pathetic.
And calling people harassers when you're by your own standard, by the way. I don't think making videos about somebody is attacking them. I don't think he's attacked me with his 15 videos on me. I think it's great. Make your money, okay? I started out as a reply guy channel back in 2016, 2017, all right?
Right on. We have Jeremy's permission. You heard it here first, folks. We did it.
The only people left doing it now are BreadTube, but ultimately...
that's not true. I've seen other reply people channels, for sure.
It's just, you know, people ask why I don't respond to these videos. I try to watch them, but they're just so full of lies that it's like, okay, do I address the valid, you know, they usually have a couple of real valid criticisms, right? Do I address all of the lies or like the 2 valid criticisms, right? And these lies proliferate. And this is why people think I got banned from Magic for being mean to a cosplayer.
You did. It was for harassing. We looked at the email like 10 minutes ago. Jeremy really does want to gaslight people into thinking that's not what happened, when literally there's documentation showing that's exactly what happened.
There's a video on my channel that shows the actual email I got from Wizards of the Coast that showed why I was banned, and it was not that. But
it was harassment. It's right here. Hi, Jeremy. The reports allege that you have violated point 3 of Wizards of the Coast Code of Conduct. Number 3, do not harass, bully, threaten, or harm or cause discomfort for other persons, including any other members. There it is, in black and white. I don't know what else to tell you about it, Jeremy. And you have the gall to call other people liars? My goodness.
This thing proliferates, right? That's why people are like, oh, isn't that the guy that got banned for harassing a cosplayer? No. I was never banned for that, and I...
There's nothing funny about the tool.
Sorry, every time he says that, I gotta go back to this. Hi, Jeremy. The reports allege that you have violated point 3 of Wizards of the Coast Code of Conduct. Point 3, do not harass, bully, threaten, harm, or cause discomfort for another person.
I showed the evidence of that, but people like him keep making these videos and proliferating that lie. That said, hey, make your money, kid. It appears that you have a far bigger interest in producing fictional content than having any real kind of conversation. I wish you the best.
He wanted to have a conversation with you, Jeremy. You said you would go and talk to Lance on his stream if they raised like $10,000 for charity, and they blew way past that. And then you backed out of the debate. Remember that? He wanted to have an honest conversation with you, and then you backed out like you always do when you agree to doing debates. Because you know if you talk to literally anyone for 5 seconds, it would point out how stupid you sound when you, like, advocate for Trump, and you're like, I think Brie Larson's destroying Hollywood with feminism, and all sorts of other dumb Chud stuff. That's why.
And I hope you have a wonderful day. And you know what I think I'll take the opportunity to do? Is remind my backers that there's a link in the description of every one of my videos to my free speech alternative Patreon. Right? This is called Subscribestar. It's extraordinarily important that people who are in the position to back me here, because, or on YouTube's join button. They're both the same. Because these days, you know, YouTube is extremely unreliable in terms of what they say is an okay video and what they say isn't. So, you know what? Instead of interacting with this particular YouTuber, which I, of course, disavow and I don't want you to, consider backing me here today. That would be a better use of your time. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
Oh, Jeremy. Very amazing. Amazing. So that's Jeremy's thing on Lance. The thumbnail, by the way, he made Lance like a goblin-y zombie guy or something. I don't know. Either way, interesting stuff. Jeremy's very mad about it, and I do find it funny. And even Jeremy's like, they're gonna say I'm mad. I'm not mad. He's mad. He's mad. Which is fine. He has the right to be mad. It's just kind of funny. Anyway, moving on. Let me do bits messages. We're still in the middle of a level 3 hype train with 2 minutes left. The Under 92 at 20 bits. Was Jeremy an editor for Channel Awesome? Because that was something else. No, he wasn't. He actually has an editor. He doesn't edit his own videos. And Jeremy's editor, fun fact, was at the Capitol riots. He was there. He was on top of the building. Antipodian Squid with 48 bits. The irony of Jeremy accusing other people of being in echo chambers. Lol. J Goody89, thank you for following. Felix Night Owl with 30 bits. Hannah, what archetype are you? Tank, damage, healer, support, crowd controller, jack of all trades. Damage. Antipodian Squid of 50 bits. Jeremy, 1 minute. When people tell lies, they prove they're not worth your time. Next minute after he loses his audience because they realize he talks out of his ass. Wait, no, I meant other people. Come back and give me money. Boo F HTDCM, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Wow. Mitchell Drummer with 60 bits. Thank you. Chun Lee Tsunami, thank you for following. Things Could Get Dicey, thank you for following. Chappie Lee, thank you for following. Evwern, thank you for following. Fat Baby Jake, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Massive Robertson with 100 bits. The saddest thing is that Jeremy can agree that the algorithm sucks, but he has to make it personal, political. Also have, here's some bits, thank you. Cosine 1917, thank you for following. 20 seconds left on the hype train with 60% of level 3. Myth Joel, thanks for the 100 bits, says just got here, owning that makeup, thank you. Oboan with 100 bits. Jeremy, the reason people bring up your Magic the Gathering banishment is because you bring it up all the time trying to defend your actions as if you never did anything wrong. You don't have to say this next part. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to say that next part. Arenas 3 with 50 bits. The Brian the TCC guy Jeremy is going on about is so wholesome. Jake watched one of a few videos where he made about Jeremy and Christine. He never wants any interaction with Jeremy because whenever Jeremy mentions him, he gets death threats. Really sad. It is sad. The Creeping Darkness of 20 bits, he says this, but since the video is dropped, is when Lance has been getting the strikes on his channels. Oboan with 100 bits. Wait, there's a lesser man than Jeremy? Ginger Snip Snap, thank you for resubscribing with a 2-month streak. Looking glamorous, Hannah. Oh, thank you. Biomancer with 200 bits. Thank you. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. He's literally projecting. He is literally the one with 10 to 15-year-olds as the demographic. I know. It's funny. Clockwork Van, thank you for gifting a sub. CMMC 10150, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Obowan with 100 bits. He said he never denied pissing in his basement. For the following month or two after that stream, he kept tweeting he never pissed in his basement. I don't remember that. Time Lord N89, thank you for following. Princess Amelia, thank you for gifting a sub. Quig the Chig with 100 bits, thank you. Ghetto Kanye with 300 bits. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. I mean, maybe it was a bad choice to get completely hammered on a live stream and peeing in your basement. I can see why people might think that was a bad call, but as an adult with a domicile, I can live stream my own mental breakdowns and gross habits as I see fit, then pretend like it doesn't bother me when I'm definitely dying of shame inside. There's nothing wrong with that. Cupcake Chaos, thank you for the 50 bits. BD Kappa, thank you for resubscribing. With a 9-month streak. Ooh, this stream baby will be called In Honor of the Serfs, Lance. Steve with a Q with 50 bits. It's a sign of advancing boomerism to call anyone even slightly younger than you kid, kiddo, etc. Jeremy's case is terminal. Admiral Owl, thank you for the 100 bits. Antipodian Squid, thank you for the 20 bits. Says final kid count 9. Arenas 3 with 50 bits. Doodle Muffin with 200 bits. Massive Robertson, thank you for gifting a sub. Wagroads 13, thank you for 100 bits. Clockwork Van, thank you for 1,000 bits. The Biggest Sandwich, thank you for gifting a sub. And thank you for gifting a second sub. I think we're all caught up. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. What's up?
I want a hug. Alright, chat, I'm gonna stay right here for the rest of the stream. You give the best hugs.
My eyes are getting watery.
I'm sorry. I'm very proud of you today, love.
Oh, thank you.
You're doing a good job.
Thanks. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Baja bits.
Thank you, Squid.
Yeah, this hug just made me $1. How much do your hugs make you, chat? These hurt my ears.
I'm sorry, love. Do you still have my headphones?
They're somewhere, but they make like a hiss in my ear, so it's kind of like a pick your poison thing. Yeah, it's not that part. It's this. It's like this, the shape of it. I can't find a comfortable way to put it in my ears, and I've even tried them in the other ears.
Okay, let me try it.
Okay.
Let me try putting it in.
Massive Robertson with 100 bits. Hugs don't make me dollars, but they do make me swoon. Innsmouth Swim Team with 500 bits. The only way that a hug could have been more wholesome is if Bernie Mittens were involved. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. About Tree Fitty. Matatron 36, thanks for following. That's okay. How is this oriented?
The way that it's supposed to be.
I keep having it, like, keeps shifting when I'm moving, because I've had it like that before and it feels okay for a while, and then it, like, moves. I don't know.
You gotta make sure that the plastic part is behind your ear.
Yeah.
So, we'll see.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. You're so pretty. I love you so much.
I love you too.
Chat, Hannah's so pretty.
Amateur Hardest says these bits are for Baha'i? Not you. Okay. Okay, let's do the Styx thing. So, Styx has a new video and a lovely new wardrobe to coincide with the Biden administration being inaugurated the other day. He's definitely not overreacting and being a big baby. Trust me. So, let's take a look.
Did you hear me?
Alright.
Yes.
Everyone, talk about the most massive fucking cocksucking, disgusting bullshit you could possibly have from an incoming asterisk president.
Do you think he's maybe a little bit salty? Seems salty.
Oh, he's the Dead Sea.
And also, yes, for those who don't know, Styx doesn't even live in the United States, so I don't know why he's so concerned. Just seems odd. Seems a little LARPy, but whatever.
We gotta talk about Biden again. Oh, little Joe. He's doing the
There's
paranoia
nothing funny
thing
about
now.
the tools of
I don't know,
capitalism.
is paranoia a sign of Alzheimer's disease?
You're wearing a gas mask and helmet!
And holding his microphone.
Yeah, this annoys me. I hate when people do this. I have a bad habit of, like, fussing with my mic, but it's on a stand, you know? Because I'm recording things, and it makes sense to have a stand for that. Mark Sargent, who's a flat earther, did this same thing for a while where he refused to, like, put his mic on a stand. He'd hold it. It's like... It's... How do I put this? It's a way for someone to feel quirky. Like, I don't have my mic on a mic stand. I hold it. Like, just put it on a stand. God damn.
Isn't it a little bit odd when the incoming asterisk commander-in-chief is literally purging National Guardsmen from around him?
Not when the Capitol was attacked on the 6th with the intent of killing and kidnapping senators and House members. No, it's not paranoid to make sure that the people who are in the military protecting you aren't of that same political persuasion.
Based on their political views? Like, what a fucking load of disgusting...
If your political views are that the president who was democratically elected is illegitimate and should be violently overthrown, then yeah, you should be disqualified from trying to protect that individual.
Stupidity. The idea that an element of the military that doesn't necessarily like your political views is going to shoot you or something, that's the ultimate disrespect to our entire military. This dude...
There were literally veterans, cops, and military members at the Capitol insurrection. We know that there are people in the military and policing that are on the side of insurrectionists. I think Styx is just really, really salty that the insurrection attempt failed and not even a single senator got killed, which is good. It's good to not kill senators. I know that's spicy for Styx, but it is true.
Dude's supposedly their leader. So I guess, yeah, talk about unity. Hey, if you voted for Donald Trump, if you said something on social media 3 years ago I don't fucking like, you're not allowed to be on my security detail because...
Did you know that being on the president's security detail is not one of the 10 things in the Bill of Rights? It doesn't go speech, guns, not having to quarter troops, the right to protect the president if you're in the military. That's actually not in there. So they can have discretion on who they decide to let into the presidential protection detail. Funny how that works.
Because I don't trust you. Did Trump ever do this? If Trump had done this, the MSM would call him a dictator wannabe. If Trump had said, well, I'm not gonna have anyone that voted for Hillary Clinton on my detail. I don't trust the Secret Service at all because some of them are Democrats or whatever.
Was there an attempt on Trump's life at any point during his administration? Was there an attempt during Trump's presidency to storm the Capitol building and kidnap and kill people in our government? No? Cool.
They would have flipped out. They probably would have been fucking impeached him for it.
People on the right really, really hate the idea that context matters, because if they can try and equivocate and boil everything down to simple enough terms that literally any action is the equivalent on either side, even when one side is justified and the other side wouldn't be, it's frustrating. It's frustrating to watch them do that time and time again and act like it doesn't matter. I don't know.
But now, Beijing Biden, he faces no questions. They'd rather talk about his dogs. They'd rather talk about his dog's socks, his ice cream. It's funny, he had a fluff piece. Literally the other day on like HuffPo. Oh, all the times that his love for ice cream melted our hearts. What a fucking pile of bitchin' bullshit. Anyway, so I guess,
I can go and find many articles about Biden right now that are serious. Let's go. Let's see. Readout of President Joe Biden's call with Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Biden signs executive order on stimulus checks, food stamps, and minimum wage. Let's see. Biden administration defends removing Churchill statue from the Oval Office. Biden has promised reforms to Social Security. Like, all of these articles are serious articles about Biden. Like, they're not pap. You know, oh, he likes ice cream or whatever. There are plenty of serious... It frustrates me that these people, and we saw someone earlier that made a similar claim, I think it was John Doyle, who's like, oh, all the mainstream media is doing is talking about, you know, Joe Biden's dogs and what flavor of ice cream he likes. And it's like, you picked one silly pap article out of hundreds and hundreds of serious articles on policy, very specifically because you just hate Joe Biden, and you can't actively talk about the things he's done, because then you'd have to go on the record saying, like, I don't like the fact that he helped enshrine LGBT rights in the federal government. Like, just say that if you think that. That way we can have a discussion instead of you having these little rhetorical proxy wars over ice cream articles.
Beijing Biden is literally paranoid now, too. So our asterisk president... he's paranoid. He forgets where he is. He says weird racist shit. And the MSM won't even...
What weird racist thing has Biden said in the last 2 days? I'll eviscerate him for it. I absolutely will. What did he say? Because everyone's already covered the cringe that he said in the past. Like, what was it? Oh God. Poor kids have the same opportunities as white kids or something. He said some really dumb shit like that. I don't remember. He's said, like, bullshit in the past. But that's been covered, Sticks.
Call him out. Meanwhile, that same MSM is headhunting after alt media and alt tech in order to try to deplatform anyone that tells the truth. You'll get the truth here. I'm almost glad that I can't upload to YouTube right now so I can be a lot more frank about things.
This is on YouTube. Okay, whatever.
Fuck Beijing Biden, he's a retard. Anyway.
Oh, nope, hold on.
Beijing Biden, he's a...
Doon 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 doon. No, I won't. I won't.
Retard. Anyway, it's also the liberals have sold out, number one. We gotta talk about that really briefly. Because they're defending Liz Cheney right now. They're defending Mitt Romney. Mitch McConnell, because he comes in and says, well, the Turtle Man backstabs Trump at the 11th hour, by the way. Talk about twisting the knife. He's like, well, his comments inflamed things at the Capitol. People had incited what happened. Fucking bullshit. Fucking Turtle Man. I knew I was right not to trust this bastard. Anyway, he was born out of his mother's asshole, not her pussy. That was too busy. And then...
What is Sticks doing? Sticks is, like, straight up not having a good time since Biden got inaugurated, I guess. Because this is, like, pathetic. What?
Also, here's one good thing. Beijing Biden, is not a 0 out of 10 asterisk incoming Manchurian candidate. He's a 0.5 out of 10. So see, he's not at rock bottom. He's actually got a half a point. Here's why. He just fucking fucked the leftists completely. Now, these grifting sellouts, in order to save their dying careers, won't say anything, but I guarantee inside they're pissed. Why? Did you see his immigration proposal? Did I not claim, as soon as he was nominated, hey, if he's elected, you know, he's going to go back on all these promises he's making. He already did it on guns. Now he's going after potentially crypto through Janet Yellen. Talk about an investment that people like the Moocher aren't going to be very happy about in the future. Whoops, fuck you, you're going to lose millions of dollars. Crypto will still rise, but it'll be a longer-term curve. It'll be depressed somewhat by such rancor. Did you see his immigration proposal? Oh, you can get citizenship in 8 years. Oh, so you're not going to...
That's better than deporting people? He also made sure DACA continues, all sorts of other things. That's fine. Providing a path to citizenship for people is good. I'd prefer he outright was like, fine, we'll do like a big amnesty thing and we'll give citizenship to people. But like, you understand the alternative is Trump, right? Who was separating children at the border? I don't know what Biden's current thing on that is. I would hope that they've started winding that shit down. But either way, like, Trump tried to get rid of DACA and all sorts of stuff. And tried to build a big pointless wall. Just seems stupid.
Instantly grant amnesty to all these people. Very interesting. Just as goddamn fucking predicted. You know what's gonna happen? He's saying 8 years because he figures that in the off chance he's actually still alive in 8 years and hasn't burst a blood vessel in his brain or some shit, or gotten such bad Alzheimer's he has to step down, leading to President Camel Toe. He's figuring then they can kick the can down the road further. They know the GOP will have the House and Senate 2 years, and reverse it. They'll never give them amnesty. They want them to be slaves. They want these people to be in a gray area where they can work, but they don't get full benefits. They've created a slave class of 11 million people, and there are leftists out...
Because you cared so much about undocumented immigrants prior to this. I would agree. I think amnesty would be great. I think they should do that, and I think they should push Biden to do that. I would agree. But again... I don't regret voting for Biden because the alternative was Trump, and Trump treats undocumented immigrants worse than Biden.
There that consider that to be good. You consider that to be merciful. It'd be more merciful to kill these people or send them back to their homes.
You want to run that by me again?
You consider that to be merciful. It'd be more merciful to kill these people or send them back to their homes.
One more time. Let's run that back.
You consider that to be merciful. It'd be more merciful to kill these people or send them back to their homes.
One of these things is not like the other. One of these things is genocide. One of these things you definitely shouldn't say. You're letting the Nazi mask slip off. What are you doing? What are you doing, Sticks? What are you doing?
It'd be more merciful to send them back to the third world than to keep them as slaves here. These people have the audacity to call me a bigot because I oppose such a thing.
How dare you call me a bigot? Also, it would be better if we murdered all undocumented immigrants or something. What the hell?
Now, build the fucking wall. Biden's gonna stop that too, so, it's completely goddamn useless, and so is he. He's been useless since the day he was born out of his mother's asshole because her pussy was too busy. That's about all. Peace out.
Jesus Christ, what is wrong with Sticks? Is he okay? Is he doing okay? It seems like he's not doing okay. Jesus Christ. Is this like cringy military LARP outfit going to be part of his regular rotation? Because can I just say I am all for it? If Sticks wants to make a fool out of himself regularly,
Twitter has really...
Please, for the love of God, Sticks, keep it up. I'm loving it. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Okay. I'm not gonna... that was a shorter one, but I'm not gonna cover more. That's enough Sticks. Yeah, he used the same joke. Let's see what's in the bit messages, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Von Dunn, thank you for following. Plantless75, thank you for following. Antipodian Squid with 30 bits. The hot take from Baja was so true. We need to check off Baja blasts from the bingo sheet. Hannah is so pretty. Love you both. Thank you. Plantless75, thank you for subscribing. Mom Got Lasagna, thank you for following. Killjoy102 with 100 bits. Throughout the Russia investigation, Trump would constantly say the Republican officials in the investigation were closet Hillary supporters and tried to remove them. He did remove people. James Comey, who wasn't even, he was a Republican. So, Albatrotsky with 500 bits. Not to be a bother, but have you seen Bellsthar in chat since Wednesday? They missed D&D today and we haven't heard from them in a few days. Let's see, I didn't stream yesterday. I don't remember if they were in chat like Thursday or Wednesday. I don't remember. Maybe someone else in chat knows. Aramia, thank you for following. Colossus TV, thank you for resubscribing with a 3-month streak. Oh dear God, I did this like a week ago. Time is an F. B Silver 94 says, wow, Styx is secretly a genocidal maniac. No kidding. WJ Pog, thank you for following. Felix Night Owl with 20 bits. It'd be, quote, it would be better to kill them. It's happened. The absolute dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Yes. Forbidden Skies FM, thank you for following. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. It's genocide. Massive Robertson with 100 bits. It's funny how Styx finally got a decent mic, but he can't figure out how to make the bit rate higher than 20 kilohertz. And then Kramov, thank you for following. Okay. Officer Tatum has a new video entitled My Final Words to President Trump. Let's see how Tatum is dealing with the unpresidenting. Let's see how he deals with Trump leaving office. Loud, sorry.
Now, again, this is one of those live streams that, you know, it is not fun to make, but I think in the spirit of the goodness and being fair, I think this is the live stream that I have to do. First and foremost, I want to start out by thanking Mr. President for being the greatest president that we've ever had. President Trump has done things.
What has Trump done? Name 5 policies, not just like he brought jobs back. I mean, name 5 specific policy decisions he has made, laws or executive orders that he has pushed that have made an effect, and explain how they have made an effect on you. 5.
Things that most people would never do. They don't have they don't have the courage. They don't have what we would call the gall to do it. They weren't built for it, and they don't want to do it. But President Trump did it. He took a step out on faith. He won. He said the things that the American people wanted to have done. That was President Trump's platform.
To be merciful.
And I'll never forget me going to the first rally. I was a police officer in Tucson, Arizona. I stayed up through the night shift. I worked from 9 at night to 7 in the morning. I stayed up because I was fed up with them Democrats. And I made my mind up that I'd never vote for a Democrat again after Barack Obama was trashing and berating police officers, which is the same thing that liberals are doing today.
I've seen a lot of right-wingers do it recently, too, because, you know, the cops wanted to, at least a lot of the cops, not all the cops, many of the cops at the Capitol wanted to stop the, you know, people trying to kill government officials. So I've seen plenty of anti-cop Republicans and MAGA people lately. That's funny.
And I said I'll never respect or support anybody who cannot stand up for the men and women who wear the uniform.
How about you actually make sure that people in uniform are held accountable for their actions, and then maybe we'll bring respect to the position. I would have no problem respecting the police if they were treated reasonably, if they were held to account for their misdeeds, but they're not. So, no, you don't automatically get respect. if your industry, if your profession is full of people committing crime and getting away with it, committing malfeasance and getting away with it, then why would anyone respect you?
In law enforcement. And I said I'd never vote for a Democrat again. I looked at the Republican ticket, and none of those people really stood out to me. I liked Ben Carson. I thought he was great. He was too tired. He was too sleepy and had no energy. And Donald Trump came on the scene.
Joe Biden doesn't scream about border walls and putting people in prison enough, so I thought he was low energy. You know, I like when people get up on stage and scream about immigrants and how communists are ruining my life, even though communists aren't a thing in America in any significant way. I just like when people scream at me, honestly. It's a volume thing.
So what did your boy B. Tatum do? B. Tatum showed up to the Donald Trump rally in Tucson in 2015 or 16. And I was blown away. I couldn't believe that I had been lied to this whole time. Everybody was saying that Mr. President is a racist. He racist. He a racist.
Imagine going on camera and admitting that you fell for fascist propaganda, and you're like, boy, I sure went to that speech, and boy, those National Socialists, they sure did tell me what all my problems are really the cause of.
That's all people were saying about President Trump. They kicking out black folks. They beating up people. They doing this, they doing that. I said, let me go see for myself. Showed up at the Trump rally. I said, man, this dude is all right. Donald Trump is all right. Donald Trump ain't a racist.
He didn't specifically yell any racial slurs at me, so I decided that he wasn't racist.
Donald Trump is saying everything that the people that have been in politics for 100 years should have been saying. He was bold, unafraid, and I said, I'm rocking with Trump. Trump is my dude. I went home, never made a video before.
You ever hear one speech by a politician without specific policy positions, but where he just yelled at you about his grievances, and then you changed your entire political ideology? No? That's good, because that's a really bad idea.
I made a video before in my life, as far as trying to promote a video to give a statement. I made a video about Trump. Stayed up from 9 at night through 7 in the morning. Stayed up through the rally. Went straight home to make a video before I went to bed. And that video went viral. Donald Trump shared it. Everybody shared it. And it really gave me a voice. I really felt I found myself and found that, you know what? I do have an opinion, and I have a gift to spread the truth.
Basically, he found a grift that was profitable and was promoted by the president. So that's his political ideology now. That's always good.
And to keep it real, some stuff people just...
Honestly, I wish I had no morals, right? Like, do you know how much money I could make if I wanted to be like, I don't know, like a right-wing demagogue type, like, media figure? You make so much more money. I could be like a shitty trans Tim Pool where I come on and I'm like, oh, all these immigrants, or I could make shit up, or I could be like, oh, liberals are the real transphobes, but none of that's true, so I'm not going to do that. I don't know. I'd be making pretty good money right now, like Blair White. Yes, very much like Blair White. Could make that bank. But unfortunately, my brain goes, no, that's wrong. Don't promote bad things. Stupid conscience.
Just ain't doing. And really, Trump running for office and being bold in the midst of all this, watching the media just tell a straight lie about Trump.
Which lie? Can you be specific so we can talk about whether or not it's a lie or not?
In front of the world, just lied on him. That made me like him more. Just lied on him. Katrina Pearson was on TV battling on CNN on Trump's behalf. Woke me up. And I said, I'm not a Democrat. How could anybody support a Democrat?
Because Democrats, at least in their rhetoric, want to help, the poor, and Republicans don't. Democrats are for people's rights. Your right to, make sure you have a proper education, make sure that you have access to things like shelter and food, ensuring that you have the right to things like abortions and the ability to go and live your life how you want if you're part of the LGBT community. Things like that. Those are usually good.
How? There's no way that anybody can support Democrats. They're anti-God.
I wish the Democrats are more anti-God. Did you guys see the inauguration? Every other person, oh, God this, God that. American politics is incredibly religious.
They're anti-American?
No? Wanting Americans to have health care is anti-American now? Fun.
They push social justice agendas?
Oh no! Not social justice. People pushing for social justice in history are always seen as the bad guys. You heard that? Martin Luther King? Susan B. Anthony? You bitches? What?
Without merit, there is no way people can support the Democratic Party. And so I became a Republican. I registered as a Republican, and I voted for every Republican ever since. And I'm proud of President Trump. And I'm not selfish enough to try to back him in a corner and make him become the president for 4 more years after what they done to him.
What? You wanted him to be president for 4 more years. He lost. You did try and do that, but he lost the election. Is this the point where he's now going to be like, you guys, I wanted Trump to lose all along.
I think it's time that we pick up the mantle and do something about it. He gave us a starting point. We need to finish it. I'm proud of what President Trump did in this country. I didn't agree with everything he said. I thought he could have been a little smoother. I don't like some of the videos he made before now. I didn't even watch his speech. I don't need to watch his speech to give a farewell. I don't need to. I probably won't ever watch it.
I think one of his videos is about it, right? Hold on. Oh, maybe he didn't. Okay. Maybe I was thinking of someone else.
But I appreciate the president. You know, he woke me up. He made me a more confident person to speak out. He gave me the courage to believe in things, even when it's challenging, even when people, even when it was challenging, and even when people would doubt you, you could still stand up and fight, and stand up and believe in what is right, no matter what. I saw him get lied on, betrayed. I saw his family get threatened and put in difficult situations, but President Trump still fought through it for the people.
What did he fight through, and what did he accomplish? Again, whenever I hear Republicans talk about Trump, it's always in these vague platitudes. It's never like, he did this thing which impacted me this way. It's just always, he's great. He's the best president ever for reasons. He fought for America, America good, everywhere else bad, America first. Like, it's never specific things. It's always these vague nationalist platitudes. Uh-uh.
Okay.
What you making?
Like, I don't know, weird vegan bacon grilled thing.
Okay. Hope it's good.
In there that could have took his money and ran, but he stayed and he fought for the people. And I support President Trump for that, and he will always be my favorite president until somebody else comes along and do better than he did.
That's not going to be very difficult, isn't it? Just like don't take a shit on the Resolute desk and you're probably good.
And I'm honest enough to say I think that they were able to get away with a highway robbery. They were able to get away with it. And there's no fault on Trump, in my personal opinion, because he wasn't perfect, but I think he had a whole bunch of people turn out like nobody else in history. He had enthusiasm like nobody else in history. And I just want to be quick about this and encourage everybody who's watching this never to give up. Don't stop because they got away with highway robbery.
Again, you've provided no evidence, and there were 60-something lost court cases that say the opposite, but okay.
Don't stop it. And I want to give this message to others who may be celebrating and acting as if you did a noble thing by supporting and voting for, or one of the other, Joe Biden. I'm going to say this, and this video will reign forever. And if you don't get nothing out of none of my videos, remember what I'm saying right now. If you voted for Joe Biden, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm not.
Why do you say that, Mr. Tatum? Because you have to be the most radical person.
Joe Biden's radical. Great. I can tell this person is very informed about the general American political landscape that he thinks Joe Biden is radical.
Anti-American, anti-God, anti-reality person to vote.
Anti-God, sure. The rest, not really. I live in America, so I'd prefer America to be a good place where people have, access to education and healthcare, well-paying jobs, homes. Those are all things that I would prefer people to have, so.
For Joe Biden. Donald Trump came on the scene. He was talking about solutions for this country. They lied about him being divisive. That was all a lie.
No, he was very, 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 very divisive. Even look back to, do you not remember the Republican primaries? Even amongst Republicans, he was divisive until he won, and Republicans always get in line, so they did that. Ridiculous.
They made all that up. Biden is divisive. Everything that they said that Trump was, Biden is.
Such as?
Biden is divisive.
Only if you're kind of a shithead. Like, again, I'm not a big fan of Biden. I think he's too right-wing. But, he's a milquetoast centrist. He's fine. The only reason he's divisive is because you've all been radicalized to fascist viewpoints over the last 4 years. I'm fine. I am completely fine with, how do I put this? I would imagine the Russians invading Berlin felt pretty divisive to a lot of people in Berlin at the time. That's fine. I don't care if they think that's divisive. You lose. You don't get to promote fashy bullshit, okay? You just don't.
He not even, the transition of power haven't occurred, and he's already pitting Americans against each other, bringing up race every 5 minutes.
Oh my God. It's almost like racism is a problem in the United States and needs to be addressed in some way, shape, or form. Crazy. Did you guys know? Did you know that by talking about racism and its effect on individuals in this country, you bring it into existence? If you don't talk about racism, it doesn't exist. At least that's according to Officer Tatum. So, trust him, okay? The president retweeted him once. He knows what he's talking about.
They decided to pick a black woman who was the most unpopular black person in the Democratic Party, as for the presidents who were running, as his vice president.
Except they won, so funny how that worked out. I'm not a big fan of Kamala either, but again, the alternative was Trump, and Trump is an active destructive force to this country. I would rather us have middling progress to stalling for 4 to 8 years than have active destruction of our country and its institutions, democratic and otherwise. And that's what Trump is, a destructive force that works to undermine basically all of America's institutions. It's not good. I'm not an accelerationist because I think that's incredibly stupid. So, no, Donald Trump, profoundly negative impact on the United States.
Today, he announced that he's going to pick some transgender dude.
Woman. The woman that Joe Biden picked is for the health secretary, and she is a transgender woman, yes.
As some position in his, I think, the cabinet.
I believe it's the first trans individual to be put in the presidential cabinet. So,
or maybe an important position. I forget what position it was.
Oh, very informed about politics then. I'm glad we have your opinion since you know all about what you're talking about.
I got the article on my phone. It is pointless to read it at this point. Because they're transgender. Not because they're qualified, not because they're of good standing, it's because they're transgender.
Why do you assume that? If someone hired, like, I don't know, if someone hired a black person, would you assume that they got the job because they're black? Do you think people are incapable of being competent and also black or also trans? Do you think trans people are incapable of being competent at their positions? She was a person who was already in governmental roles elsewhere. She wasn't just some random trans woman they picked up off the street. It was someone who already had a job in government. What are you talking about? She's definitely qualified, you asshole. Yeah, she was the Secretary of Health in Pennsylvania for 3 years. Like, what the hell?
There may be other people who are transgender who are far more qualified than this.
Why? Why do you assume that this woman is unqualified? Other than the fact that she's trans, what do you think makes her unqualified?
This person. But they don't care. There were more black folks in this country who are Democrats who are far more superior and qualified than Kamala Harris. There are more Democrats in the United States of America in political power now who are more qualified than Joe Biden.
Define what you mean by qualification, because if we're talking about someone who understands American federal governance and understands the ins and outs, I would tend to disagree. Like, I don't necessarily like Joe Biden's policies and his centrist positions, but nonetheless, Joe Biden is absolutely qualified for the position of president. Joe Biden has been in the government for decades. He was vice president for 8 years. He knows how the federal government functions. He's probably one of the more qualified presidents we've ever had if we're talking about, like, understanding how the government functions at the executive branch.
And if you don't see that they are strategically putting particular people in place because they have connections with the destruction of our country, I don't know what to tell you.
Trans people are connected with the destruction of our country. Guys, did you know how powerful I am? Apparently my existence is the destruction of the country. Yes. I'm so good at this. That's the end of the video? Yikerinos. So yeah, that's Officer Tatum. He's, an asshole. Don't have a lot more to say about that. Let's get to some of these bit messages, and then we'll, I think, finish up with Tim Pool. Ugh, my eyes are starting to water from the makeup. Gotta get it before it starts smudging. Okay, bits messages. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Just so everyone knows, I'll be missing Tinfoil Tuesday this week. I need to send my comp in for repairs. I can barely use it to game at all, and it's infuriating. Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope it's not too expensive to fix. Player146, thank you for following. Clockwork Van with 100 bits. Trump was full of energy. Didn't you see his sick dance moves? It's all that KFC grease pumping through his veins. Yeah, you gotta get one of these going. That's how you know. That's how you know you got another 20 years left in you. Midori Augen, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months at Tier 1. I'm so glad YouTube directed me to Jake and I found this community. Yeah. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits. If someone called him... Nope, not gonna read that one. Mackie84, thank you for following. Amateur Hardest with 20 bits. Hannah, what are you talking about? At the inauguration, Marilyn Manson sang his version of the national anthem and added the lyrics, I'm not a slave to God that doesn't exist. We watched the stream, Hannah. How could you forget? Right. Just fell out of my brain for some reason. Graham Dolfini, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months in a row. And Bardlock Moses with 50 bits. I'm proud I voted against Trump twice. Bardlock Moses with another 50. The next couple are from Bardlock. I'm un-American for voting Biden. Me, a VFW, is un-American? Cry more. I said Biden was going to win the moment he picked Harris. This token pig is an idiot. Antipodian Squid with 20 bits. Quote, he hired her because she's trans and not because she's qualified. I don't remember for what position, though. I have the article on my phone, but I haven't read it yet, and it's kind of pointless to now. How do you know she's unqualified, then, dickhead? You haven't read about it. Yep. Creeping Darkness with 20 bits. In addition to her recent posts, Dr. Levine is also an accomplished regional and international speaker, an author on the opioid crisis, medical marijuana, adolescent medicine, eating disorders, and LGBT medicine. Dr. Levine graduated from Harvard College and the Tulane University School of Medicine. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Hannah, the Destroyer of Worlds. And then Daddy Sume with 20 bits. Shouldn't be, I got the protection plan when I bought it. Oh, good. I'm glad. Okay. Tim Pool. Timmy. Tim Pool, grifter that he is continuing his grift through the Biden administration, and now he has a video about that QAnon Republican congressperson who has submitted an articles of impeachment for Biden, like 2 days into his term. So let's see what Tim has to say about this stupid political show.
Freshman GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has officially filed articles of impeachment against Joe Biden, citing his time as VP and alleged abuses of power. Things like the Burisma scandal, where his son served on the board of an energy company, and then Joe Biden got a prosecutor fired who was actively investigating that energy company. Or there's also the scandal with China and Tony Bobulinski. The Bidens have been accused of a lot over a long period of time, and we learned after the election that there's actually an active investigation into his son and brother. Politico wrote an article called Biden Inc., where they said his family's fortunes suspiciously track alongside his career in office.
I like that Republicans or conservatives, whatever you want to call Tim, I like that they're pretending that they care about corruption now after 4 years of the Trump's cronyism and nepotism, where literally his family was getting salaries from the federal government for working with them, and also he was using the office of the presidency to enrich himself in broad daylight, and all of a sudden they're pretending that they give a shit. It's kind of funny.
Now, the bigger question is, will this succeed? And the likely answer is no. The House is controlled by the Democrats. The Democrats barely have control of the Senate. So it's...
And also, the claims that she's making are stupid. There's that.
Likely going to go nowhere. Which brings us to the division of this country. When Donald Trump got elected, started voting to impeach him, filing to impeach him numerous times. And a lot of people don't know this. They say Donald Trump has been impeached twice now. But there's actually been, I think, 4 or 5 attempts at impeaching him.
That'll happen when you commit a lot of crimes in office.
In 2017, 58 Democrats voted to impeach Donald Trump before...
I don't even know if I have anything. I might order something. Unless I don't know. I haven't really eaten today, so I might order something. Thanks.
he was even really doing anything in office. That's how bad the division is getting. Now we're hearing that AOC ditched Biden's inauguration because she said she doesn't feel safe.
Yeah, as it turns out, people tried to murder her on the 6th, and a bunch of other Congress people. Funny how that works. She also ended up going to a strike or something that day instead. She went to, I forget who it was, but I think it was people in New York who were striking for some sort of labor dispute, and they ended up winning, so that's good.
Republicans. She's ramping up the rhetoric. The escalation is getting worse.
The people threatening her life are the ones who ramped up the rhetoric, Tim, you disingenuous asshole. Wow, she's really ramping up the rhetoric by acknowledging that people are threatening her life constantly. Funny how that works.
And now we see for a conservative or Republican pollster, Frank Luntz, saying, I don't want to do this anymore. You see, he tried to do a panel discussion with Biden supporters and Trump supporters, and it was just a screaming match. There is no unity in this country.
Yeah, you guys are complete assholes divorced from reality. That happens.
It's not going to happen anytime soon. The Republicans want to impeach Biden because we have numerous stories about his family's corruption. They're not going to let it go. They don't view him as legitimate. Now, for me, I'm wondering, is this really the path we want to go down? The Democrats did the same thing to Donald Trump. They complained about him in much the same way. My personal opinion, having...
The difference being that Donald Trump actually committed the crimes that he was accused of?
Tracked the news, I think they were wrong. And I think Joe Biden is corrupt. But what's the point of filing the articles of impeachment? Is it just a tit for tat to say we're willing to stand up, we're going to do this? If we just keep playing this game, I don't think we're going to actually solve any problems. Look, I mean no disrespect. A lot of people say we must at least try to impeach Joe Biden or at least show that we're willing to go after him. But it's not actually going to work. The Democrats have Congress. Can we focus on some concrete solutions to our problems and start maybe building culture and focusing on the positive?
Building
I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers. I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't believe, but I can tell you that the escalation is upon us. Most people think this country is headed down the wrong path. 35% of people polled by YouGov believe that the election was totally illegitimate. A third of this country.
Yeah, because of people like you, Tim, who promoted completely unfounded conspiracy theories. This is your fault. You're literally in this video helping sow division. It's your grift. This is the entirety of what you do. You amp up your audience and you try and bait them with talk of civil war, and then you profit off of it. Honestly, if things did come to a head and there was actually some sort of open conflict, Tim Pool and people like him should probably be prosecuted for stirring this shit up. Because they are to blame for a lot of this crap. It is so ridiculous.
And we can see some calls now to outright ban Fox News and other conservative channels. This is not us heading down the right direction. I agree with the majority who think we're going down the wrong path. There are people already calling for an Article 5 convention. We must come together for a meeting and then peacefully divorce. I hate to see it. I wouldn't want to see it happen. This country is amazing. The best country ever to exist, in my opinion. I know a lot of people on the left like to cite Scandinavia and a bunch of these other countries. Nah, I don't think so.
I don't think saying any country ever is the best country ever is reasonable. It makes you sound like a 5-year-old who's like, oh, my country is the bestest country ever. Like you don't know anything. Like there's no such thing as a bestest country. Grow up. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm trying to get this to... It just keeps shifting in my ear and it hurts.
The United States has done a lot of bad, but they have done so much good. And our form of government was brilliant. Our founding fathers were brilliant. I'd hate to see this country fall apart. But I fear that's where we're going. And those that are calling for an Article 5 convention to peacefully divorce are doing so to prevent violence. It worries me. But we have seen an escalation in censorship targeting leftists as well. I think the establishment machine is going to try to preserve itself. But let's read this story and see exactly what's going on with this impeachment and the division running through this country. But before we get started, head over to timcast.com to become a member and help support my show, my podcast, this channel. There's very real concerns about incoming censorship. Building up timcast.com is going to make sure that if this channel gets banned, we can keep producing content. And if we...
Oh, God, I hope YouTube bans him.
Yell person, Joe, with Ian...
I'm going to get through this ad for his website.
Safety net. Got more through. Not share this if you really... This gets shut down by censorship. But don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and share this if you really do like it. Let's read the news from Fox. They say, Georgia conservative rep Marjorie Taylor Greene Thursday made good on her promise to file articles of impeachment against President Biden. The freshman Republican who has supported QAnon conspiracy theories and criticized the 25,000 National Guard deployed to D.C. to protect the presidential inauguration took to Twitter to make her announcement. Quote, I've just filed articles of impeachment on President Joe Biden. We will see how this goes.
Nowhere is where it's going to go, but great thing to put on your re-election things. I submitted articles of impeachment for Joe Biden.
Fox News could not reach Republican House leadership to comment on the recent move, but Greene immediately used her announcement to raise money for an Impeach Joe Biden fund.
What a grift.
Greene's impeachment...
I wonder if she actually believes the QAnon stuff or just sees it as a way to enrich herself and to get ahead in politics because there are so many crazy QAnon believers out there.
Filings were not made readily available. But in a press release, she claimed she was basing the impeachment on an alleged abuse of power by Biden from his time as vice president. Greene accused Biden of enabling bribery and blatant nepotism by utilizing his son Hunter Biden's position on the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Quote, President Joe Biden is unfit to hold the office of the presidency. His pattern of abuse of power as President Obama's vice president is lengthy and disturbing, she wrote in a statement Thursday. President Biden has demonstrated that he will do whatever it takes to bail out his son Hunter and line his family's pocket with cash from corrupt foreign energy companies. Biden has repeatedly denied involving U.S. foreign policy in Kiev with his son's work. And Senate Republicans found no evidence of wrongdoing after completing their own months-long investigation into corruption allegations last.
Republicans in Congress investigating it found no wrongdoing. Hello? What are we doing here? What?
Last year. But let me pause for a second and point out Matt Taibbi, far from a conservative. He wrote a long article explaining that there were several active investigations into Burisma. Many people have noted Hunter Biden had no business serving on the board of this energy company in Ukraine. And while these investigations were going on, over a dozen, Joe Biden flew to Ukraine and told the president, fire the prosecutor or you're not getting a $1 billion loan guarantee from the United States. He didn't have the power to do that. Only Congress can do that. Well, at least that's what the Democrats said when they filed their first impeachment of when they actually impeached Donald Trump the first time, claiming that his threat to withhold money from Ukraine was an abuse of power.
Again, where's the assertion that this happened? Who said that he flew to there and did that?
Joe Biden did just that.
Is that an accusation or is there actual evidence of that? Let's go.
States. President, 5 investigations were going on the board of this energy company in Ukraine. And while these investigations were going on, over a dozen, Joe Biden flew to Ukraine and told the president, fire the
Let's see. Joe Biden, fire Ukrainian prosecutor. Let's see what Snopes has to say, shall we? Or USA Today. Fact check. Biden leveraged $1 billion in aid to Ukraine to oust corrupt prosecutor, not help his son. The claim Joe Biden threatened to withhold $1 billion from Ukraine to assist his son Hunter Biden. While former Vice President Joe Biden oversaw foreign policy in Ukraine, his son Hunter Biden served on the board of Burisma Holdings, the largest gas company in the fledgling democracy. Despite recently concluded investigation by Senate Republicans that found no wrongdoing by the Bidens, claims to the contrary have continued to circulate on social media. Then there's the claim. It's true that Joe Biden leveraged $1 billion in aid to persuade Ukraine to oust its top prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, in March 2016, but it wasn't because Shokin was investigating Burisma. It was because Shokin wasn't pursuing corruption among the country's politicians. As European and American diplomats pressed Ukraine to clean up its corruption, they focused on Shokin's leadership of the Prosecutor General's office, which he took over in February of 2015. Mike Carpenter, who served as a foreign policy advisor to the then vice president, told USA Today Shokin never went after any corrupt individuals at all, and never prosecuted any high-profile cases of corruption. Charlie Kupchan, who was a special assistant to President Barack Obama and a senior director for European affairs on the National Security Council, said anti-corruption efforts were, quote, a big part of our diplomacy with Ukraine, since, quote, it was that corruption that allowed Russia to manipulate the country politically and economically. As a result, Biden leveraged the $1 billion in aid as a stick to move Ukraine forward, Kupchan said. He was acting alongside our European allies. Everybody was of a single mind that this prosecutor was not the right guy for the job. Co-founder and executive director of the Anti-Corruption Action Center in Kiev, Ukraine, credited Biden, the International Monetary Fund, which threatened to delay $40 billion in aid for similar reasons, and others with the prosecutor's removal. Civil society organizations in Ukraine were pressing for his resignation, but no one would have cared if there had not been voices from outside the country calling him to go. After Shokin left the Prosecutor General's office, Jam Tubinsky, the ambassador from the European Union to Ukraine, called it, quote, an opportunity to make a fresh start. I hope, Tubinsky said, that the new Prosecutor General will ensure that the office of the Prosecutor General becomes independent from political influence and pressure and enjoys public trust. Burisma Holdings was not under scrutiny at the time Joe Biden called for Shokin to be removed, per the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, an independent agency that worked closely with the FBI. So they weren't even investigating them at the time! Great. So, surprise everyone, I don't know how to break this to you. This might shock you. Tim Pool is full of fucking shit. What a shock.
Prosecutor, or you're not getting a $1 billion loan guarantee from the United States. He didn't have the power to do that. Only Congress can do that. Well, at least that's what the Democrats said when they filed their first impeachment of Donald. Well, I'm sorry, when they actually impeached Donald Trump the first time, claiming that his threat to withhold money from Ukraine was an abuse of power.
Because he was doing so to extort them to try and investigate Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, which is what you're accusing Biden of falsely. Beautiful.
Joe Biden did just that.
He didn't. He actually actively did not. Fun fact.
Unfortunately for the Republicans here, for Marjorie, the Democrats control Congress. And to be completely honest...
And also, the claims she's making are false.
It doesn't matter either way. If the Republicans controlled Congress, they would not vote to impeach Joe Biden because the Republicans do not care about the populist right, nor will they support them. They will...
I wish the Republicans didn't care about the populist right. That'd be great.
Protect themselves first and foremost. They say Green's articles of...
Wow, Kitty, you got a lot of dandruff going on or something. These aren't flea eggs, are they? I hope this is just dandruff. Oh, no, I probably know what it is. You're laying on the table. Maybe it's salt.
Impeachment are not expected to make it very far with a Democrat...
It's dandruff? Okay. Gotcha.
...controlled House. But Fox News could not reach ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Rep. Jim Jordan, for comment. Green announced last week, just hours after the House's historic second impeachment of Trump, that she would bring articles of impeachment against Biden. The freshman Republican has already had her Twitter account temporarily suspended for tweeting debunked claims of election and voter fraud in Georgia, though her name was on the same ballot as President Trump's despite his loss. But she took to Twitter Thursday to say the inauguration looked like a one-party military state takeover with 30,000 troops. People were told not to go, and flags were planted to show fake support, she claimed.
The flags were there to give something to look at because they like to do the shot of the National Mall because there aren't people there because of COVID.
Well, fake support, flags aren't support at all. They just put flags up. But I agree with her criticism of 30,000 troops in D.C.
Tim, people tried to overthrow the government by murdering Congress earlier this month. Is the beanie stopping you from making long-term memories? Do you not remember? You made a giddy little video where you were like, oh, yay, they're storming the Capitol. It's ridiculous.
That's freaky and sends a bad sign to the people of this country. We saw the National Guard get put into a parking garage Talk about disgusting. These men and women didn't need to be there in this ridiculous show of force, and then they were insulted by people on CNN like Cuomo, by Democrats saying they must be vetted. It was absolutely disgusting what happened.
Yeah, you need to vet people considering there were people at the insurrection attempt who were military members, ex and current, and cops and stuff. You want to make sure people protecting the president aren't going to try and murder the president. That's usually a good call.
Now, look, I don't know if impeachment is a good idea. Marjorie Greene has issued a public press release saying today, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced articles of impeachment against President Joe Biden for his corrupt actions involving his quid pro quo in Ukraine and abuse of power by allowing his son Hunter Biden to siphon off cash from America's greatest enemies, Russia and China. There's a story about, I believe, I don't know if it was the mayor of Moscow or some official giving money to the Biden family. We saw the same thing with China. It's funny because they say what the Democrats accuse Trump of doing, they do themselves. And you know what? Yeah, seems to be the case. She mentions that Joe Biden threatened to withhold $1 billion of foreign aid if they didn't do his bidding in Ukraine, which, yeah, I find pretty shocking.
Again, it wasn't bidding. It was to get a corrupt politician out of office, and the claim that they were investigating his son's company also isn't true. So this is just a lie. Tim Pool is just lying. He's a liar.
She got a lot of points here. She says Joe Biden abused the power of the office of vice president, enabling bribery and other high crimes and misdemeanors by allowing his son to influence the domestic policy of a foreign nation and accept various benefits. The evidence of widespread knowledge, corruption, and collusion on behalf of the Biden family with foreign nationals is clear and compelling. Joe Biden was the senior Obama administration official overseeing anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine. So this we know this story, and she goes into detail. The gist of the story, Hunter Biden got a job. Joe Biden intervened to protect him. They claim...
No, again, he's just lying. YouTube, is this okay? YouTube, are you going to let this guy just fucking lie on your platform about this shit? And continue to radicalize his audience of over 1 million people? Jesus Christ.
It's fake news, okay? You know, I had on the IRL podcast, we had one guest who's former conservative, now pretty liberal, saying Joe Biden never threatened to withhold the money. It's fake news. And we pulled up the video of Joe Biden saying, I told him you won't get the money unless the prosecutor's fired. We played the video.
Yes, but the prosecutor was removed for being corrupt, and they weren't investigating that company at the time.
Yeah. Do your actual research, and you would see.
Oh, God, Tim Pool's such an ass.
My bigger concern here is what this will ultimately lead to. Look at this from, I got this Wikipedia article, Efforts to Impeach Donald Trump. They say the first formal impeachment efforts.
It's always good. It's a good sign when there's an entire Wikipedia page just for your president's impeachment efforts to impeach the president. That's always good.
Were initiated by 2 Democratic reps, Al Green and Brad Sherman, in 2017, the first year of his presidency. Since the Republicans controlled both the House and Senate during 2017 and 2018, the likelihood of impeachment during that period was considered by all to be low. A December 2017 resolution of impeachment failed in the House by a 58 to 364 margin. But mind you, 58 people voted to impeach Trump before he even did anything. That's ridiculous. The Democrats gained control of the House in 2019 and launched multiple investigations. Speaker Nancy Pelosi initially resisted calls for impeachment. In May 2019, Pelosi indicated that Trump's continued actions, which she characterized as obstruction of justice and refusal to honor congressional subpoenas, might make an impeachment inquiry necessary. An increasing number of House Democrats and 1 Republican were requesting such an inquiry.
Yeah, he was refusing and telling people who were getting subpoenas from the various probes. Subpoenas, which, by the way, are the law and the judges of the courts saying, you need to come and answer questions for us. And they were refusing. That's literally obstruction of justice. Donald Trump was obstructing justice.
And then we have Pelosi talking about Trump in Ukraine. I think they're actually glossing over a couple of attempts at impeachment. Yeah, there was more than just the one. They tried over and over again. Look, we're at this point where the right doesn't see Joe Biden as legitimate. The left never saw Trump as legitimate.
No, Trump was the president. He was just a terrible president who committed many crimes. At no point did I say, Donald Trump isn't the president. He was the president. He absolutely was. He was a corrupt piece of shit president, but he was still the president. This is an entirely different situation where Republicans have been radicalized by people like Tim Pool into believing that the democratic process isn't real anymore. Don't equivocate. This is dangerous shit.
Whose fault is that? When Trump got elected, Hillary Clinton and many prominent Democrats claimed he was secretly working for Russia. That was fake news. The Mueller probe found no evidence. It was...
Oh, funny that there were all those indictments then. Weird how all those indictments happened. And remember when Donald Trump's personal lawyer was indicted for just that? And then Trump was mentioned as individual one in that indictment, but the Department of Justice decided that their policy is that they can't prosecute sitting presidents? I remember.
It's insane that they were actually trying to assert this. They wasted all of our time. And then they tried impeaching him based on the Ukraine thing, which is also insane. Trump didn't do anything. He had a phone call and said, look, I'm seeing some video go around about Joe Biden. You could look into it.
Yeah, that's the thing you claimed Joe Biden did, but Trump actually did it. Trump wanted Ukraine to investigate his political opponents.
And they're claiming it was a quid pro quo. We do that all the time. Joe Biden did it.
No, he didn't.
It's ridiculous. So Marjorie coming out now saying, okay, well, we're going to impeach Joe Biden for the same thing that you did, actually makes a really good point. I don't know.
If it were true, it would be, but it's not. So it's not. This is insufferable.
Oh, if it's worth doing. I don't know, why it's not going to work. But I think it may be an attempt to show the double standard. That you can raise the same arguments that they made about Trump about Biden, and they will ignore it.
Again, remember earlier in this episode when I was talking about the fact that conservatives and right-wingers are immune to context? And it's like they don't understand that reality exists, and when people on the left are doing something, it's in reaction to reality, but they think that they can just say the same thing and project, and that it equals the same result, when in actuality, the reality of the situation needs to match for two things to be equivalent. So they see people on the left being like, Donald Trump is trying to get Ukraine to investigate his political opponents. And they think it's like just made up or something. They think that's just a move, like, oh, we're supposed to claim that we're supposed to claim that our political opponents are doing that, and then they do that, right? It's like they don't understand that people are actually concerned about the thing being brought up on the left, so they just think it's like a strategy to say this thing, so then they project and they say the thing, even though it's not true in that case. It's very frustrating.
If that's the case, let me tell you, talking about the double standard doesn't do anything. We know there's a double standard. We know the left and the media aren't playing by the rules. So what do? It's all about building culture. And that's one of the things that we're trying to do. We had Matt Brainerd on the IRL podcast last night. He was talking about registering people to vote and getting people active and involved. And I agreed it's a great thing to do, and you got to do it. And I also added, we also need to build culture, like Daily Wire is doing with making movies, filming vlogs, skateboarding, playing music, inspiring young people and building things. Building culture. You have to.
Still waiting for the Tim Pool skateboarding videos. Tim, give me that sweet, sweet kickflip. I need to see it. Where's the skateboarding videos, Tim? I demand it, okay?
To do it. That's how you win. Maybe
we're gonna bring conservatism to the youths with our sweet ollies.
The impeachment will show the double standard, but don't we already know there's a double standard? Won't it kind of just be antagonistic? Far be it from me to tell anybody what they should or shouldn't do. That's just my 2 cents. I can say, however, that the division in this country is not going to be getting any better anytime soon, especially when you have demagogues like Ocasio-Cortez.
Kitty, why are they like this? Why are they like this?
Who even after the Democrats win, she won't stop. She just wants to keep beating everyone over the head. Republicans are evil, evil people.
Then stop being evil.
They're not. Most Republicans in office are just awful. And I think most people just disagree. And we better find a way to come together and unify, even if we don't like it, because the alternative is worse. You know, seeing people say we need a peaceful divorce, I'm like, That's preferable to civil war. And Joe Biden's...
Hey, YouTube is calling for secession from the United States, TOS, or what? You want to maybe take a look and peek into Tim's channel and see what he's talking about? He's on your platform. That'd be great.
The one who announced we must end the uncivil war. Was that really the right language? Maybe. People don't want to admit that there's some kind of civil war going on, or a cold civil war, but it's kind of going...
Again with the civil war baiting. Every single video.
Hot. We're not at the point where there's soldiers from different states fighting soldiers or anything like that, but the culture in this country has been ripped in two. Donald Trump was not making things better, in my opinion. In fact, he was making things worse. Trump took it personally and then fired back, but Trump's an individual and he's allowed to. The media took it personally and fired back, and the division just got worse and worse and worse. Trump has been banned, Trump has been removed, and it's a bad thing. Overall, just a really, really bad thing for freedom of speech. And the precedent of being able to hear each other and actually have arguments. But what about AOC? AOC says, I didn't attend Biden's inauguration in part because I don't feel safe around Republicans. That is insane.
Why? I just read an article today. The FBI released information about some of the prosecution that's going on with the Capitol insurrectionists, and they released that they had, one of the suspects had Facebook messages from someone who they haven't revealed who that someone is, but they were basically guiding them through the Capitol and saying, here's where the senators are underground, here's how you get into the underground tunnels. So someone inside the Capitol was helping them. Like, guys, there were senators that were showing these people around the Capitol in the days prior to the event. Make no mistake, there are Republicans in Congress who knew about this shit and probably aided and abetted it. They should be afraid of their colleagues. Their colleagues are radicalized, terroristic nut jobs.
This woman is losing her mind, and this rhetoric that you can't be near Lauren Boebert because she's armed is nuts. Stop.
Maybe don't bring a gun to Congress.
Look, she's allowed to say it. She's allowed to feel this way. But it's insane that we've come to this point where they have metal detectors at the congressional chamber.
Why? Why is that crazy? It's not crazy at all. They're elementary schoolers or middle schoolers who go through metal detectors at public school. It happens. When you have an insurrection attempt and you have Congress people who believe in QAnon and Congress people who are trying to bring weapons onto the floor of Congress, yeah, you need to have metal detectors.
We recently had one Republican tried to enter, and the metal detector went off, and they kicked him out.
No, they fined them. I believe it was a $5,000 fine.
Lauren Boebert went through, it went off, and she refused to stop or be searched. Why? What is a metal detector going to do? You're going to stop Republican politicians from carrying weapons?
Yes, you are not allowed to carry weapons into Congress, Tim. If you're not part of the Capitol Police Force or anything like that, yeah, you're not allowed to have weapons in the Capitol. Yeah.
Actually said, Democrats, they're worried Republicans might kill them.
Yep. That's how bad you have all gotten.
Okay. A lot of people don't want to talk about civil war. But, you know, whatever it is we're going through, a civil war is not going to look like every civil war you've ever seen. There have been many different internal conflicts in various nations that we would call a civil war, and they're all very different for very different reasons. Today's day and age, it's something like a civil war we're experiencing. I mean, seriously, we just saw people storm the Capitol building. What do you call that? Insurrection? Okay, so what is it when half the country is outraged at what happened in the election? 35% don't view it as legitimate. We are on the verge.
Radicalization. They've been radicalized by people like you, Tim.
Of shattering. It's gotten so bad that ex-GOP pollster Frank Luntz has just lost it. He says, I don't want to do this anymore after Unity-themed focus group goes off the rails. You know what the problem is? I don't think Frank Luntz has any idea what's going on. Now, y'all are in, you're in good company, okay? Because I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything, but I think I have a better general understanding than, say, Frank Luntz. There's a series of statements that have been made where Frank Luntz just takes the establishment line. You've got fringe Russiagate loons, crazy people who still to this day, Hillary Clinton, Pelosi claiming Trump. I want to know if Trump was on the phone with Putin when the Capitol was stormed. Oh, just shut up. It's insane. Crazy, crazy people. That's the establishment talking point. The mainstream narrative. Then you've got, Q people who are still believing in some secret plan Trump's going to pull off and whatever. It's nonsense. The reality is there's a lot of fake news in the media. And if you only believe the mainstream news, you are misinformed.
Tim Pool is literally fake news. Tim Pool is the fake news. The fake news is coming from inside the beanie.
And there's a lot of fake news in these fringe conspiracy bubbles. And if you don't believe any of the mainstream media, then
you are a fringe conspiracy bubble, Tim. You were going to bat for these election conspiracy theories for like a month before it got banned from YouTube. You are the fringe conspiracy theory bubble.
You're probably misinformed as well. The truth is closer to the middle. It's really hard to break through and figure out what's going on. But I think Frank Luntz encounters this unity-themed session, and he just can't take it. The problem was, because I watched some of the videos, I'm going to say it, and y'all are going to think I'm biased, fine, but the Biden people are misinformed.
Oh my God.
I should say maybe not misinformed, but less informed. There was one guy says all the Trump supporters are delusional. The Trump supporters brought up very simple points that they wanted sorted out. I've had a lot of people claim that there's a video where multiple ballots are counted several times. And I said, you don't know that. You don't. There's a video from the State Farm Arena in Georgia where you can see a woman put a stack of papers in a machine 3 times.
Yes, they recount them if they don't all read on the machine. However, once you take them out and rerun them, it doesn't count the previous times it was attempted. This has been explained multiple times.
Maybe they were counting ballots 3 times. We don't know. People see that video and then they assume it must be this. I stop before we get anywhere near that. I don't know what we saw. Maybe the machine said error, error, and so she put it back in.
That's literally what happened.
Maybe this needed to be sussed out in court. Maybe this woman needed to sit down and...
It did. The court said you have no evidence of fraud. Good day. They said that 60 times.
And answer under oath because we're talking about our election and our election integrity. So when you have Trump supporters say, what about this video? I want answers. You can't just say you're crazy.
You can if your questions are answered and you continually bring up the same debunked points for months in 60 different court cases. At a certain point, yeah, you get called nuts. You're nuts. In the case of Tim Pool, you're a grifter.
You have to say, well, I think it's probably not as crazy as people think it is. But it is fair to say we must build confidence in our government with these people who don't believe the election was legitimate. How do we do that?
You first. Stop radicalizing people by lending credence to any of these claims, Tim.
By investigating. They didn't. Many of the hearings were just on...
There were recounts, there were audits, there were 60 court cases.
On process grounds. Now, I have never subscribed to the belief that Donald Trump lost because of fraud. And I've said it over and over again. I've simply said Bill Barr, for instance, pointed out there was fraud, and we better get into court and investigate all of this. And
Bill Barr literally said the opposite. He said there was not voter fraud that changed the election results.
And take the claims from Trump supporters seriously.
Which is why Trump fired him.
To respect their wishes on this. Otherwise, you will lose half the country. They didn't. Partly because of the storming of the Capitol. We were going to have many members of Congress object and then present evidence and assert that it never happened. So, the Trump supporters who stormed the Capitol get some of that to them. Some of the blame goes to them. But for the most part, that's what many of these Trump supporters were asking for. It's not unreasonable. If you want us to trust the system, and if you think that Trump and other establishment elites and grifters are all lying to these people, then prove they're lying. It didn't happen.
They literally did. They did hand recounts. Okay? What do you guys want?
So what we get now is Frank Luntz said he was pushed to the brink when he lost control of a focus group. The Zoom session of unity between Biden and Trump voters quickly went off the rails. Quote, I reached a point where I don't want to do this anymore, the ex-GOP pollster said. Well, he was never that good at it in the first place, if that's the case. I used to actually like the guy. I understand what his job is, and I've seen videos from him in the past where he explains how polling works and he breaks down the manipulation. And then he just went totally tribalist left to where I tweeted at him one day it was the leaked video from Trump, his lawyer's phone call. And I asked, is there a full version? And then he just insulted me and claimed I should remove journalist from my bio. And I'm like, dude.
Nice.
I've had nothing but respect for the guy. And that's what you get. So
I had nothing but respect, but then he insulted me personally, so fuck him.
But you know what? Something's wrong in this country. I'm not trying to be antagonistic to anybody. Look, I'll criticize.
I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm just trying to drive a wedge as deep as possible and promote the idea of civil war.
AOC heavily. I criticized Donald Trump way less. But I did criticize Trump, and Trump supporters didn't like me for it. But that's the reality. I was sick of the media narrative that Trump was always wrong and Trump is always bad, and the critics were so unhinged, I had to be like, dude, chill. Trump's got problems. He ain't that bad.
And then you helped promote things that led to insurrection attempts at the Capitol. So how did that work out, Tim? You absolute... Never mind.
But what is it when someone like me who's considered a milquetoast fence sitter...
Kitty, when you think of milquetoast fence sitters, who do you think of? She said anyone but Tim Pool. Fun fact. Thanks, Kitty.
Sends a simple question to a guy like Frank Luntz, and he snaps off at me. He wants to come out now and say, I'm done, I don't want to do this anymore. Bro, look in the...
I'm super milquetoast and centrist, bro. I just want civil war to happen because I didn't like who won the election.
Mirror, you're one of the people you're complaining about. I responded with, dude, why are you so hostile? I just asked a question, bro. Calm down. I'm not fighting you. But that's where we're at. This guy is clearly on one side, and he's clearly angry, just like those in his own video. You know, he likes to present it like he was holding the panel. Nah. He was just another one of these people screaming. Because I'll tell you this. I'd love to do a panel with some Biden supporters and some Trump supporters. And it's really simple. We'll just moderate a conversation.
Oh, that would be the most one-sided moderation in the history of moderation.
And if people start yelling and talking over each other, you just sit back, crack open a beer, and say, as soon as you guys are ready to talk, if you want to keep yelling, you keep yelling and nothing will get done. And you know what we need to do? Pull up the evidence. If a Biden supporter says Trump did this and the Trump supporter denies it, I'll say, hold on, there's a very simple solution. How about we pull up a source? We pull up some news and try and figure out what really happened here.
And then all that's going to happen is the Trump supporters are going to scream fake news when the source is legitimate. It's not going to get anywhere.
And the inverse. Have a conversation, actually bring people together. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because Frank Luntz, like many others, has already decided the establishment narrative, which is often wrong, is true and correct. And so that's it. He's a participant in the chaos. It's a sad story. It's a sad story, and it only gets worse. When AOC says something like, I don't feel safe around Republicans, and then you see this guy, Anand Daharadas. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
I don't even feel safe around Republicans, and I'm not even, like, a politician. I'm just a trans person. Like, what? Republicans are scary.
He is publisher of The Ink, and I believe he is a commentator on MSNBC, and I believe I've seen him on CNN. I could be wrong. He tweets, it's time for this question to be front and center. Should Fox News be allowed to exist? Brain mashing as a business model shouldn't be legal. Okay, then when do we ban you? It's free speech. My response to this was...
Again, free speech has its limits. We've talked about this before. You can't call fire in a crowded theater when there's not a fire, right? If all you do is incite and incite and incite all day on your network, is that not considered that? Now, I'm not saying one way or another. I'm not a lawyer. You would certainly need someone with, like, civil rights type experience to understand how, like, their speech is to be interpreted and if any of their speech could be considered incitement, but, like, it's at least a discussion worth having.
Dave?
I think Tim's just worried because he falls into that same category.
Chappelle. In his Netflix.
Night Ghetto Kanye, thanks for coming to the stream.
The Second Amendment is just in case the first one doesn't work out. Talk about a bold and brilliant statement. Simple, but brilliant. I hope that quote from Dave Chappelle goes down in history. Seriously, we see these great quotes from, say, Thomas Jefferson, and I mean it. Dave Chappelle's a smart guy, and I got mad respect for him. We probably disagree on a lot of things, but that's a quote that we should never forget. The Second Amendment is just in case the first one doesn't work out. Why? The First Amendment isn't just about speech. It's about your right to practice your religion, to speak your mind, the freedom of the press, the freedom to assemble, but also a right to a redress of grievances, that we can say to the government, this is not okay. We demand answers. And when that doesn't work out, there's a Second Amendment for that. Dave Chappelle, not a conservative, but he makes a good point that many on the left don't want to accept. The Second Amendment wasn't just about hunt. In fact, I'm sorry. The Second Amendment has nothing to do with hunting at all.
It's probably a little bit, but I would agree. I'm not against people owning guns if they do so responsibly.
The Second Amendment has everything to do with defending this country from enemies both foreign and domestic. I've heard a lot of conservatives say that the Second Amendment is about stopping tyrannical government. Well, it is, partly. It's also about defending this country from foreign adversaries. During the revolutionary period afterwards, we knew that if enemies came to this country from outside, we need an armed population to defend it.
That was before we had, like, a centralized federal army. We had pockets of militias, state militias, local militias. It was different.
It's about...
Again, I'm not against people owning guns necessarily. The world we live in today is much different than the world under which the Constitution was written.
Way more than that. In fact, the original article that was proposed in the Second Amendment was actually a lot longer. And it went into detail about why we should have the right to bear arms, even if you don't want to be in the military or a militia. Now the left says it's about being in a well-regulated militia or hunting or whatever nonsense.
I mean, that's literally the wording of the Second Amendment. Like, you can talk about drafts and stuff all you want, but the drafts don't matter. The final document matters. And it says, in order to maintain a well-regulated militia, that's the exact wording.
Statements like this from Anand are scary. He's saying you shouldn't have the right to speak your mind. You shouldn't have the right to assemble. It's worrying, because what happens when he gets his way? Fox News should be allowed to exist. I think
If they lie constantly, I wouldn't necessarily agree.
NBC is brain mashing. They told everybody Trump was a Russian agent. They ran a segment where they said Trump was potentially a KGB asset. So a Soviet asset since the 80s. Insane. Absolutely insane. He says, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't understand why you're not allowed to manufacture bucatini that doesn't have a certain threshold of iron in it, but you can broadcast brain-mashing falsehoods and goad people toward terrorism. It's a good question. I would ask it of MSNBC. What about all the things Antifa's been doing? All the defense they got from...
Again, Antifa is not a coordinated organization. It's literally anyone who is anti-fascist.
The left. When you actually had MSNBC point to a burning police station and say, it's a mostly peaceful protest.
Because statistically it was. There were places that got burned down, but I think the statistic was like 97 or 98% of all Black Lives Matter protests were peaceful.
Defending. Providing material support? What is this? No. MSNBC was allowed to say their dumb things, and Fox News is allowed to say their dumb things. But it's the authoritarian leftists who don't get it.
Authoritarian leftists.
Fairness doctrine applying to broadcast was constitutional. Why would a new fairness doctrine applying more broadly be a violation of that same constitution? Maybe because the fairness doctrine wasn't, and it should have been challenged? I don't know. He says 12% of Americans supported the insurrection.
So he's complaining about MSNBC, but he doesn't support the fairness doctrine.
The Capitol.
Okay.
After the fact, you cannot pin this only on leaders. This has been institutionalized incitement in which the media played a giant role and democracy is endangered by it.
Wait, does Twitter have a tip button now? What the hell? I just noticed on these tweets there's the thing that says tip.
Are there huge questions of a slippery slope? Of course. Could this regulation be abused? Of course. These are the hard things we have.
Or is that like a, what's the word I'm thinking of? The thing that you add to your Chrome browser.
To figure out. But none of that means to me that a business model of incitement and falsehood is absolutely protected.
Extension, yeah.
Look in a mirror, my friend. Bring a mirror to Vox.com and BuzzFeed. All they want to do is just beat you over the head and scream. Every time I see a tweet from AOC where she talks about, look, I'm going to be honest with you. AOC is like left-wing Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that...
AOC is a sitting congresswoman. Charlie Kirk is just a man with a shockingly small face. What are you talking about?
Disrespectfully, I mean, they're very similar in how they tweet and how they tweet their negative feelings of the other. I don't like it. I don't like that, when Charlie Kirk does it. I don't like when AOC does it. But I'll be honest, Charlie Kirk's not a politician. AOC has substantially more influence in government and in culture than Charlie Kirk does. So if somebody wants to go out and speak their mind and speak their opinions, well, they're allowed to. And that includes AOC. My issue is AOC is helping to legitimize this in government. I think the establishment might come for her at some point. But I'll tell you this, ultimately, she's allowed to say it. Fox News shouldn't be banned. And the solution to this, honestly, I don't know. I want to show you just some real quick polls on the way out. From The Economist YouGov, on the right track, on the wrong track. 68% say we are on the wrong track. Are you optimistic?
They believe for entirely different reasons, though, right? Like, I would probably argue wrong track if I was asked this in a statistic or in a poll, but, like, Tim Pool might say so for a completely different reason. All that says is people are dissatisfied with what's going on currently. It doesn't say why they are dissatisfied.
42% pessimistic, 37% optimistic. There's a plurality of pessimism in this country. Are you better off now? Most people, the plurality, say they are better off now, 40%. But when they ask, is the country better or worse? 54%, the majority say we were better off 4 years ago. What is that? 4 years ago was the start of the Donald Trump administration.
Or the end of the Obama administration. Whatever.
54% believe that we were better off before Trump. It's interesting. Party ID. Better off 4 years ago. 68% of Democrats agree. And 41% of Republicans agree. But 46%, the plurality of Republicans, think we're better off now. Even with Joe Biden in the presidency. Would you say that Joe Biden legitimately won the election? 35% say no. 65%.
Let me see where the bulk of this is. 35% total believe he didn't win, so about a little over a third of the country. More men than women. White men with no degree are one of the higher. College grads, it's 40%. White women with no degree, 47%. Oh boy, white people, why do you keep doing this?
Say he did. That's dangerous. That's very dangerous. And among party ID, 33% of Republicans believe it was legitimate. 67% believe it's not. Of independent voters, 39% believe it was not legitimate. That's crazy.
American citizens are like super stupid. Have you guys noticed that?
And among Democrats, 5% of Democrats think Biden didn't win. That's nuts. That's really, really nuts. I don't know what that means in the long run. But if we don't figure out a way to mend this problem, then maybe peaceful divorce will be our last chance. And the people, there's a lot of high...
Tim, you absolute buffoon. How do you intend to divide the country when our divide is not necessarily one of like North versus South like it was during the first Civil War, but it's more urban versus rural areas, right? Like I live in a blue area in Michigan. However, the surrounding rural areas are red. What do? You can't carve the country up into a bunch of islands. You can't carve the country into states within states that are connected to other states, but they have to go through another state to get to the... You can't do that. What?
High-profile people already calling for that. That's scary to me. I don't want that. This country's great.
I don't want that. I'm just going to talk about it in every single video and try and get that idea out there. But I really don't want it, guys. Trust me.
But on the left and the right, they're joking about it. And on the left and the right, some are serious about it. And maybe that's where we're headed. Maybe it makes no sense that AOC will dictate policy for someone who lives in West Virginia. It makes no sense that Joe Biden...
It makes no sense that a congressperson should have say over what happens in the federal government. Jesus, no wonder he needs the beanie. He needs it to contain that galaxy brain. difficult.
Wants to ban guns for people who live in the mountains and there are bears and mountain lions everywhere. How stupid is that? They wanted to ban guns, and some guy on Twitter said, what am I supposed to do when, 30 to 50 feral hogs up on my property? And with the left say, they all started laughing because they had no idea that wild hogs are actually a problem. I have friends in Arizona talk to me about the javelina problem. They don't go around shooting javelina as far as I know, but I had friends that were there at, I believe it was ASU, who were telling me the alarms would go off that javelina, they're little like warthog pig things running around. They had to go inside because they're running around all over the place. Wild animals are a thing, dude. Now you live in a city and maybe there's coyotes and stuff. And maybe you don't want to go around shooting because there's buildings everywhere and you might hit somebody. But you live in the mountains. I'm looking at a mountain right now. When you live in the middle of nowhere and there's dangerous wild animals and you want to protect your family and your property and there's no cops and no animal control, why would Joe Biden be allowed to ban that for somebody in Wyoming?
Joe Biden's not going to ban guns.
And that's what they're doing.
You guys said the same thing about Obama for 8 years. Obama's coming for your guns. They're not taking your guns. Chill out.
That makes no sense.
You know who did do gun legislation? Trump. He banned bump stocks. Just saying.
At the state level, it makes sense. And it still causes problems. Some states don't allow some weapons and so it's hard to travel between states, but that's on you. If New York doesn't want to have certain weapons, okay, well then New York can vote for it. But Joe Biden wants to make a bunch of sweeping changes, and he is. That's negatively impacting people who don't need to live that way. I think we're headed down a dangerous path if this is the way we keep going. And maybe the bigger issue is a bigger focus on states' rights, in the sense that different states have different ways of living. Now, don't get me wrong. In terms of civil rights, I like the idea of a federal government enforcing that because my family greatly benefited from it. Civil rights was fantastic, and we won the Civil War. We ended slavery. But what about telling people you can't own weapons?
It's interesting to me that he's talking about civil rights in the past tense. Like, we got it, guys. Civil rights for everyone. Don't worry about it. We already solved it.
What about telling people you can't, smoke marijuana or whatever? It's recreationally legal in many states now. Why does that make sense? It doesn't. That's infringing on people's rights.
I would agree. The Democrats put forward a bill to legalize marijuana like a month ago or so. It passed the House. The Senate didn't pick it up because Mitch McConnell refused to. Perhaps over the next 4 years it will be now that the Democrats actually control, over the next 2 years rather. Who knows what's going to happen in the midterms because Democrats control both chambers of Congress. I guess we'll have to see.
Protecting rights is one thing. Taking them away is another. It's a tough question. And it's a hard conversation, but I ultimately don't know if this impeachment will do anything other than just keep inflaming things. So we'll see. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up tonight, 8 p.m. live at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. And I want to float something about you guys. Don't forget to go to timcast.com, become members. But I want to say this. I'm thinking about switching the structure of my channels. I've got two channels, Timcast News and Timcast. Timcast News, I do a segment 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. And then I do a 4 p.m. segment here, but they're very, very similar. And I've been thinking to myself, like, it doesn't really make all that much sense that I have two different channels for something that's kind of the same thing. They used to be very different. It was more, cultural politics and then mainstream politics. And I'm thinking now maybe what I should do is have clips, the segments from Timcast IRL on this channel and then do this 4 p.m. segment on the Timcast News channel. I don't know if ultimately it will work out. It may just make everybody angry and maybe change is bad. I don't know. But let me know what you think. Comment below. There is a post in the community section of this channel where I asked, and maybe I'll do a poll or something. I think most people seem to like the idea because it would streamline everything. Then when you go to Timcast IRL, it's just podcast episodes. You don't got to worry about all the clips. A lot of people prefer that to the clips and have said, I don't like subscribing because I get notifications for,
okay.
once.
I don't care about his housekeeping shit. You put it at the end thing. So, Tim Pool, frustrating as always, lying, riling people up, sowing division. But hey, beanies don't pay for themselves. You gotta grift somehow, am I right, folks? Let's do these bit messages and then we'll raid someone. DX, OX, UX, BX, LX, EXD, thank you for following. Xandris, thank you for resubscribing for 9 months. Hey, stream baby. I'm gonna name this one Fred. Big Fat God, thank you for following. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits. She thinks Sandy Hook was fake. She is subhuman. Chai Weather, thank you for following. Amateur Hardest with 25 bits. I drew this during this stream. Thank you for the great content, Hannah. Oh, shoot. Let me go see if I can go high enough to find it. If not, you might have to repost the link. I think you gotta repost the link because chat's moved on too far. But, yeah, if you repost that link, I will take a look at it. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits. Tim Pool is one of those people that only reads the headlines. Sixth Monarch, thank you for following. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits. Okay, people care about our troops when they're in a parking garage, but F them if they're in a tent in 100-degree weather in the Middle East. Ericy T45283, thank you for following. Future Expat, thank you for following. Lynn MFD, thank you for following. Antipodian Squid with 20 bits. Amateur Hardest with a DeviantArt thing. Let me take a look. Oh, coolio. The Night Stalker. I like that trope of the split down the middle thing. I don't know if there's a name for that, but I like that. Antipodian Squid with 20 bits. An NPR analysis of those arrested for the Capitol insurrection has found 20% of those arrested at the Capitol have a military background. 1 in 5, despite the military veterans only making 7% of the U.S. population. Scary. Late Night Snack Expert, thank you for following. Axe Didi, thank you for following. Excuse me, Intimate Swim Team with 200 bits. Tim Pool, when you have more brainworms than brain. Emperor Pylades, thank you for following. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. Given how much hate and how many deaths no word here, threats that AOC gets on a daily basis from crazy right-wingers, and how close the insurrectionists got on her, the fact that the insurrectionists had inside help from Republicans makes it more than reasonable for her to not feel safe with them. I was terrified for her if the mob got a hold of her, especially when I saw Zip Tie Man. Agree. DM Trey, thank you for resubscribing with 9-month streak. Wow, 9 months of Hannah. I will name this stream baby Gregory. Beefy Hooks, thank you for following. Mega Super Beasto, thank you for following. Jody Girl 78, thank you for following and subscribing. Massive Robertson, thank you for the 100 bits. Can we get Tim Pool on the Hippy Dippy Round Table? XGP Ryu, thank you for following. Ghetto Kanya, thank you for the 50 bits. Hannah, great stream, thank you. Boris, thank you for following, or Boris. Bardlock Moses with 50 bits. AOC doesn't pay rent because she lives in all these chuds' heads for free. John Incogni, thank you for following. Maves, thank you for following. Funky Spider, thank you for following. Guardian Eden, thank you for 50 bits. Hannah, you look amazing tonight. Oh, thank you. And then the Fing Dutchman, thank you for following. Woo, all caught up. How nice. Xandris. What's Xandris doing? Did I already follow? Ooh. I kind of owe Riley. So I'm going to do Riley tonight, but I will do Xandris in the future, okay? Because Xandris does come here often. So. All right. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the stream. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Chat's valid, as always. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Me and KF Logan will be doing a stream together at, I think, 3 p.m. It'll be Chud Watch-esque. I don't know what we'll call it, because it's, you know, we're both of us, so we're not doing Chud Watch. We'll be looking at Chuds. I'll put it that way. So come hang out for that. It'll be fun. It'll be on my channel and his channel. So whichever you prefer. Towing24, thank you for subscribing with a 9-month streak. Sorry I'm late. I'll catch the VOD. But before you go, Hannah, you look great. Oh, thank you. So thanks, everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.